Hmm. Hear ye. We are back again. Back again. This is one of those things where us as men, once in a while, have to hear. We have to realize these very honest, open, wicked truths. And we have to look at things for what they are mm. and not what we want them to be. And what is this? The man's loneliness. This loneliness phenomenon for young men nowadays. We have another issue that needs to be addressed where women will call upon this. That's why you're lonely. That's why you don't have anybody. And you know what our response is? So, laugh about it. It's hilarious. Why? Because men are really built for solitary confinement. Men have to go through a path of loneliness. What's up, boy? What's up, Dave Towel? Men have to go through the crucible of loneliness. You're not a true man till you're fucking alone. Women and children cannot survive by themselves, not without government and family intervention. Okay? When women are left to the wilderness, it's pretty tragic. Historically, it's tragic. When you leave men by themselves, we're at the zenith of creation, the apex of progression, the pinnacle of domination. Loneliness for men is not the same as loneliness for women. You don't see men on their TikToks whining and begging because women already know if something happens, I got my body. Let's matter of fact, sometimes genius come out of plain sight and out of the vagueness of our thoughts and minds. Look how men and women utilize their bodies for work or for resources. We use physicality as men, they use sexuality as women. It's very true. We use physicality because we're going from a primal aspect. Shout out to the show Primal on Adult Swim and HBO Max. We have to go into the bushes. We have to go into the worst environments to hunt. Hold on, folks. me get this shit. Man. What's up? Sorry about that. Uh, I'm doing alright, mate. Doing alright. But like I said, let's look at this loneliness thing once again. Loneliness has been brought to men saying that we can't survive alone. Let's look at men and women when we survive and we have to use our physical bodies. Men use physicality. A lot of times women have to use sexuality. It's gruesome. It's devastating on both ends. You've seen that video early in the week with BGS presenting the homeless crisis with black women and their children. They would have been saved if they would have actually said, we need our black men. But how do they get their money? Most times it's through sexuality. If they're desperate. And we're not talking about just their work, regular work. We're talking about when it's bare bones. There's nothing else I could do. Either I'm going to work myself, fix something, or utilize my body. You don't hear or see too many men who are going to just be there. You're not going to see too many men selling their bodies. So when we look at this loneliness problem, men have to go through loneliness. Men have to go through rejection. See, which Rumble? See, we have to really go and say, hey, I need the best that I can get. I need to search out to see who I am. You're not a true man till you do it on your own two goddamn hands and feet. Okay? Sometimes you look at the tragic and it's supposed to build you into a man. See, problems and tragedy builds men. That's the difference. It's like talking to my ex about ice. You feel a certain way, but you don't know what has to be done. When people when people look at this, matter of fact, after talking to her, she blocked me from her TikTok, which is great. All your fat ass did was put on food and ugly makeup. I look at this and I say to myself, you don't understand tragedy because there was always a man trying to buy your affection or fuck you. Tragedy is when you have to go through rejection. when you have to go through when you have to triumph over adversity. Women don't do that. They think they do, but you're protected. Go without protection, and we'll see where you are. Go without protection. If women really wanted equality, guess what we'll do? Go through and see if you can make it in the world the same way a man got to make it. Nobody's trying to fuck you. Nobody's feeling sorry for you. Let's see how you really would survive. It's like saying, well, we should protest against ICE. Well, that's not your battle, baby. That's not your battle, baby. You worry too much about everybody else's battle but your own. Those people are not coming to fight for you. Those people are not going to stand in line for you. The same motherfuckers you trying to save are the same motherfuckers who will get advantage of you and call you all kinds of racist shit behind your back. Why can't everybody hold their own nuts? Why can't you? Why do you need to wait for black people to come save you? How many race of people are coming to save black people, especially black men? Well, Black Lives Matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter to you because you're going to insult us. And you know what's crazy about the ICE shit? The ICE shit is only for people who are not citizens here or people harboring citizens, illegals who are not citizens. I want to make this clear. Everybody else got to hold their own nuts. Stop trying to save everybody. Most of these people don't even like you, but you're so goddamn worried that people like you. See, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to give you. I'm going to say this because you're not American. Americans don't like authority. That's the fucking problem. Nobody wants to say the shit out loud. Notice they're quick to call the fucking police on you, but when it comes for them to be reprimanded, they don't like it. They don't like it. This is the shit that people don't pay attention to. Americans confuse free for freedom. Freedom means somebody paid the price. Free means absolutely nothing. Trauma destroys women and builds men. But yet nobody wants to come to that assumption and that clear distinction. Why should I care for people who don't care about me? I am not. I am not above saying no. I am not above saying no. The beautiful part about being a man is that we have to have the ability to have discernment, to know when you need to be alone. Because for a man, loneliness, you have to be creative. Loneliness, you have to be creative. When a man's by himself, that is when he truly gets to understand himself. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? When a man's by himself, that's when he truly gets to know himself. A woman's value is only when she's with the group. A strong, healthy, capable, smart, ruthless, cunning man is a force to be reckoned with by himself. He doesn't need the group. Now, the group can benefit. The group can benefit, but yet, when that man's by himself and lonely, He has to take time out. He has to go and recollect. What do I need to bring? Who do I need to be? What steps do I choose? What character do I envelop? That's the part that people don't understand. You put a woman in the wilderness, how long is she going to last on average? Oh, yes, I've seen Naked and Afraid. Look at Survivor. Look at many of these shows. Women have brought themselves to such a level of hubris that they think they can actually withstand us. They don't need us. And we'll say, fine, we'll be lonely. Fine, we're good. I want you to think about this. The survivor, the upper echelon. When a woman goes through solitude, it becomes unbearable. When a woman goes through solitude, it becomes the true struggle. Yes, the Bear Grylls. How many female versions of Bear Grylls can you find? There's a reason why you don't have what? You don't have so many women in STEM because STEM is a very lonely field. STEM is a very lonely field. Ask anybody in those fields, it's lonely. Ask anybody in those fields. And that's why Nicole Ali is an outlier. Because it's a lonely ass field. It's not cute. It's not glamorous. I'm a PhD. In what? Sub loss? I'm a PhD. I want you to think about that. It's not glamorous. It's not brilliant. I mean, it is brilliant. It's not this, when I mean brilliant, it's not the brightest shit in the world, because that's the other definition of brilliant. It's how bright is something. What do you think? They go to psychology for two reasons. One, it's a much easier form because it's mostly talking, something that's naturally to women. And two, to learn how to manipulate you better. I got a PhD, but I can't function in the real world. I got an MBA, but I didn't even do the math. When I do my firearms testing, I teach functionality. I don't teach the history. I could teach you the history of how the firearms, how, what was it? It took Swiss clockmakers to make your finest, guns. Beretta's been around for 500 years. Gunpowder was discovered in China. I want you to think about this. Some of you need to learn this because we're supposed to have the snowpocalypse coming this weekend. I'm not bragging when I say this, but all my gun nuts will feel me. I have a rifle made of all Giuseppe parts with a suppressor. I have a 300, that's a 5.56. And I have a 6-time magnification scope on that. How well do you think I can hunt? And how well do you think I can actually take out an enemy from a distance with that? I have a self. I have two self lubricating bolts, which means I don't even have to oil it. All I got to do is take the bolt out and wipe it off and put it back in. My 300 blackout has a red dot with a Trash Panda suppressor. Close quarters, you're not beating me with that. You're just not. You're looking at a 5.56 casing with a 7.62 round. I could either go subsonic, which you won't hear, or supersonic, which you won't even perceive. How many of you are really ready to gut a deer, gut a rabbit, pull the entrails out? How many of you have serrated knives and fixed blade knives? I know we're supposed to have all our warming utensils and things of that nature, but what we're going to do is we're going to talk about your safety because the snow is also a good time for fucking marauders, the fucking desperate. A lot of people don't want to admit that. I can't wait for when it gets warmer because I'm going to get me two brand new phones, the latest and greatest from Apple and the latest and greatest from Samsung. And I'm going to get some stands, and you're going to see me at a range. You're going to see me in different arenas, different environments, and we're going to go and we're going to do some survival shit. Not just hunted namer. How many people know how to get a perfect sight picture and sight target? How many people even got what? The ability to throw and take a punch. I want you to think about that. Some of you, we're not naming names, can't cook. If you can't cook, you can't truly talk about being lonely and being sufficient. Some of you, within the next few days, need to make sure you have sufficient air in your tires. Some of you are going to have to make sure you can hot shot your fucking car, warm up your car. My oil is pretty well. So far, so good. Yeah, apply a joint lock. You know, there's certain things when we talk about this prepping and this preparation. I don't want to hear about this male loneliness bullshit. You guys are lonely. Why should I be lonely? What is wrong with a man being by himself? That doesn't mean he's lonely. That means he's prepping. That means he's getting ready. What was that classic line? You weren't with me when I was shooting in the gym. What happens if we're gonna have to go back into a more raw, primitive state? And I know people are gonna look at me like I'm fucking nuts, but if you never look at Gennady Tefskovsky's Primal, the same guy who gave you Dexter's Laboratory, and I believe the
Hmm.
Powerpuff Girls, notice there's no speech, there's no function, there's sounds, but you're looking at Primal Man and a dinosaur, even though time wise, I doubt they existed together. Even though
No,
we might have had some prehistoric animals exist at the same time with humans.
woolly mammoths, woolly
Woolly mammoths,
rhinos,
woolly mammoths existed when
saber-tooth tigers.
the
Hmm.
Sphinx is so old. The Sphinx was built when woolly mammoths was still on Earth.
Hmm. Up
Sa-
north.
Saber
So
tooth,
this is back when the Sahara was green and everything.
saber tooth cats. Matter of
Saber-tooth
fact,
cats. Yeah.
the largest cats to ever been found was the American lion, which is 30% bigger. Imagine a fucking
Ooh,
lion bigger than a tiger.
how about a terror bird?
A terror
A
bird,
giant ass. You
a giant
ever
condor. And a condor is
watched a
already a
series
giant
called
bird.
Walking With?
Yeah,
Have you ever seen the Walking With series, Charles?
I've seen some of it.
There were like three series. There were three different series. One was called Walking with Dinosaurs, Walking with Prehistoric Animals, and one was called Walking with Humans. They
Hmm.
talked about the evolution. I've seen all three. In fact, I gotta rewatch those series again.
And
Um,
I'm going to say this real quick, and
but
especially while Bay is up here. This this administration is walking Americans back to more primal, more masculine time. Has anybody noticed that?
Yeah. First time caller, long time listener.
That's cool as fuck. I haven't heard that line in a while. A lot of y'all don't realize that we're going back to a much more masculine and primitive time. Some of you are going to have to learn. that competition is not a bad thing. Some of you, like, do you have fixed blades, Bay?
Say what now?
You have straight full tank fixed blades, right?
No.
Like Bowie knives or shit like that. Folding
Oh,
knives.
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I don't. I'm not the technical guy, but I do
No,
have
fixed. When
my
I mean fixed blade, is usually you can't fold it. But full
fixed
tang
blade.
means,
Yes. Yes.
yeah, full tang means when the blade and the metal goes all the way down past the handle
Yes.
or to the handle. That's fixed. That's a full tang.
I
Half
actually
tang is
have
like
a.
when
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
half tang is like when it's only to the handle or a little longer. But full tang means it goes all the way down to the bottom of the handle.
No, I
So,
got you. They're sitting in my bathroom window, to be honest.
oh yeah. So you got to realize something, right? There's some of you who need to come outside with a book bag, especially when it gets warmer. Hell, definitely when it's colder. A quick folding knife can be something that's really quick. Emergency, maybe you got to get a motherfucker off your ass. A full tang is for utility. Unless it's a Bowie knife, that shit's straight for fight. That's for utility and fighting. When my taxes hit, I'm gonna give me a no chest blade, shut out the cold steel, and it has a 3 to 4 inch sharp back blade.
You gonna get you a knife in the car?
Oh yeah, you should.
I'm
Think-
laughing. You know. So.
You should. You
You
should
know.
have.
How about
You
a
should.
karambit?
Say what?
Karambit's pretty good too for grappling.
Yeah.
I
You
think
know what a
that.
karambit is, Bay?
I put it to you like this: you can also
Mhm.
get because I've been looking on Amazon for generators. You can also get a generator, a 48-hour generator for like less than $400.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Think about it. I think when everybody get their taxes, they need to sit down with themselves. If you're married, sit down with your wives or your husbands, because I do have female listeners, or whoever your
Mhm.
um,
Significant other is.
significant other. Thank you. And sit down and say, what do we need to survive?
Ooh, interesting
What do we
question. And I'm
what do we need
sure
to
people are going to be
survive?
looking at you.
And most of the time, if you noticed about the past few shows I've been doing, notice how less I speak of the gynocracy and how more I speak towards men.
Can I say
Because
something?
that's what this.
Can
Go
I say
ahead.
something concerning that right quick?
Please do.
In all honesty, when it comes to survival, like you have a spouse, especially a female spouse, unless she's military trained or survivalist trained, the only thing you need to ask her is if the power goes out for months and we have to rely on the barbecue grill to cook, what would you not have a problem making?
Yeah,
Because women are not survivalists. I mean,
yeah,
not I mean they'll not in the way that we want them to be. I mean,
yeah.
they'll try to get up and monkey branch with the toughest, roughest male.
Unless you got a chick who's a down home country chick and she
Yeah,
was taught to fish from her father, you're not getting too many chicks who can survive.
right. You need to make that decision, or you need to have that conversation with other men in your cipher who have an inkling of what they're talking about.
Survival,
Yeah,
survival and combat skills.
yeah, or else you're gonna be you're not
Fuck.
gonna make it.
And do you have a knife sharpener?
Yes, I actually have I even got the fire starter kit. I bought that years ago.
Yeah. If you don't have a fire starter kit, because I don't, I have about 3 cigar
Mhm.
torches, 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, probably cigar torches filled with butane, which
Here's
means
a
which means I'm gonna
question.
nuke
Go ahead.
whatever I need. Know
Mhm.
how to make kindling. But go ahead, neighbor.
Yeah. First and foremost, like, how many people have ever learned to go hiking or whatnot or camping when they were younger? And me myself, my father had this big ass. It was not a big ass. It was like a decent size Swiss Army knife.
Oh, your father's from Eritrea. That motherfucker probably had a scimitar. I'm joking. It's
Scimitar.
cultural
My
laughs.
great my great grandparent, my great grandfather still had his sword, his shield, and everything that was passed on from him from his father before him. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Um,
the
I
land of
still
Aspen
remember how to
already
work it.
knows.
I still remember how to work. I still remember how to work the Kalashnikov. So let's not go there.
What's the national gun for the Eritrean army? And
AK-47. That's
I
a
would
standard one.
absolutely positively have to kill everybody in the room.
in a very short time.
Hey, in a very short time, it doesn't jam on you. You don't have to worry about it getting fucked up. You can clean it with just about anything. And understand. Oh, in fact, by the way, Charles, here's
Yeah.
something I remember I learned from my father regarding getting a phone and everything. Because when I was younger, I remember going to electronic stores with him, and we always be asking questions about this, that, and the third. When it was a VCR, so TV, whatnot. I
Hmm.
carried that with me when it came to like looking for phone for like getting a new phone because I gotta get a new phone, and I'm partial to a particular brand. But I also understood the importance of not just getting the phone, but also getting a protective case to go with it and a screen protector, and a few other things just in case. So that's something. So every time I buy something, I always got to get all these other things that go with it, and also some SD cards just in case, some extra SD cards and whatnot. But same thing with anything I buy. Because I have to look at these things as a long term investment. You know what I'm saying? Or something that's going to last me for quite a decent time. But going back to what I said, like my dad had a Swiss Army knife, and he had a fire starter kit that went with it. And I remember just going through it and just trying to see how everything works and everything, and reading the instruction manual. And I realized that motherfucker came in handy. Hell, I remember when I got my first mountain bike, my dad gave me 2 water bottles to go with it. But one of the water bottles wasn't a water bottle. It was a toolbox. And it came in handy.
That's a
Hmm?
that's another thing. For some of you who are younger, Uncle Charles. For some of you who are my age, little younger, little older, Brother Charles. For you
Got it.
military, for you military motherfuckers, the colonel or the commander, because I do have a paramilitary organization that I actually own, which is Armed Security and Private Detectives, and yes, they call me the commander of that because I'm responsible for life and death situations. Believe it or not,
Mhm.
I've always said, did you
Uh-huh.
do a function check on your handguns? You know, I can't wait till I get things set up in my house the way I want to. I got a folding table, but I'm gonna get some more things, set up where I get like the stand and shit like that. We're
Mhm.
gonna talk about EDC. I'm gonna go about it a little bit today. EDC. You know what that stands for? Bay Namer.
No.
You know what EDC stands for, Bay?
Is he away from
I
his
can't
phone?
hear. I can't hear Bay if he's
I can't.
talking.
No, I think he's away from his phone.
If he's away, if he's talking, he
K
gotta go
bar,
and come back
LAP
out.
phone. Yeah.
Bay bar's a damn good knife. Ask the Marine Corps. EDC literally means everyday carry.
Everyday carry. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I was coughing my lungs out.
You all right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm still
Good shit.
phlegmy.
We smoking?
No,
Yeah,
I had
good.
Had pneumonia. I'm still recovering.
Oh, damn. Yo, how your dad doing, by the way? And your mom, for that matter.
Yeah, all right.
All right, sending my best. Do give
Yo,
them my best. Do give them my regards. What is it wrong? Is it wrong to say give my best regards or whatnot to another person's family or whatnot? You just
no,
got to
you're
be a
fine.
hole, buddy.
Charles, you
Always got to be the a hole, right?
yo,
Huh?
you're talking about
Everyday
everyday
carry. Mm-hmm.
Somebody's in the back.
Somebody
Now
in the
what were you
back.
saying? Now what were you saying, Barry?
You were talking about everyday carry.
Everyday carry.
Mm-hmm.
So one day I'm gonna dedicate a whole show to everyday carry. Um, but we're going to a little talk about it here. My everyday carry is at least either my 40 caliber Glock 23 or my 45 caliber Glock 21, two magazines, which means my Glock 20 23. They both had 13 rounds of 40 caliber 45, which means you're getting almost twice the power of a 9 millimeter. Yes, 9 millimeter may give you more rounds, but if I'm going to tag you with one, I'm going to tag you with something that's going to put you on your ass. And notice I said those are what I carry on my body. I have extra maggots on my bag. If I'm, especially when I have my bag with me, I'm probably have 22 round magazines, three of them. I have five total. I'm getting more when I go to the shop in Pennsylvania. Shout out down. More 45, more 40 caliber magazines. Um, you should have at least in your car a first aid kit. I'm going to start carrying that in my bag. Um, you should have man wipes. Shout out to dude wipes. Some of you need to, if you're going to take a dump, make sure you can wipe your toilet seat and wipe your ass. Get some disinfectant wipes as well. Um, some hand sanitizer will not kill you.
About 3, 4 with me at all times.
Make sure that you have at least some type of charging cord with you because I think you're crazy as shit if you're going to be out more than 3 hours and you don't have a cable to charge your phone
Or a power bank for that matter.
or a power bank. That's
Hell,
crazy
I
as
got.
fuck.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's crazy as fuck not to have either or both. Um, make sure you have a lighter. And really, I would tell you not just to get a lighter, but to, invest in a decent torch. A $30 torch that you would light a cigar with, a $20 torch, something you can refuel. Why? Because you never know when you need to start a fire, and you never know when you need to smoke a cigar.
This motherfucker.
I know. Make sure you make sure you carry a little shorty of alcohol, a couple of them. You may laugh at me for this, but at least five, one or two to drink, and at least three to use to start a fire.
And you might
Because,
actually want the sterilization.
and also, thank you because shit, thank you. This is how I know I fucked with you niggas and my Baltimoreese for sterilization in case you can't get to alcohol wipes. Believe it or not, high content alcohol will actually sterilize wounds and clean your hands. And
And
it
smell
also
good.
will help you. It will help smell, and some of it smells good. And if you made some kindling, which if you get a chance, go get a bunch of wood chips, put it in a bag, book bag, put it in a little Ziploc in case you need to start a fire. I'm not saying I'm the greatest survivalist who all. I'm not saying I'm the second coming of Bear Grylls. Like nigga fuck. That nigga can survive anything. Nigga fuck. That motherfucker survived slavery, the crack epidemic, the Civil War, Iraq. I'm not saying that I did all this shit. Okay, no. I'm just giving you common sense things. I've always preached this to a lot of women. Like my ex, she blocked me from TikTok today because we had a discussion about ICE. I said, look, I'm not against immigrants coming over here doing it the legal way. Like I explained to Art New Style on his channel. Shout out to Art. If I'm dealing with a combative fucking prisoner, am I gonna try to put his clothes on? Or am I gonna try to put him on that fucking paddy wagon?
Oh, he going to the paddy wagon. Matter of fact, every time they come and knock on the door, you don't. It's a luxury that if they let you get dressed.
Yeah, it's not necessary because if you're cool, we'll let you get dressed, but we got to check the area for weapons. Common sense. And this is my ex who was in the Coast Guard, but not everybody's created equal. Not everybody has fucking common sense. I think it's funny. I feel a certain way because you're a black woman with an opinion who married a white guy, but you said you're getting divorced, but you're not getting divorced. Pick a struggle.
Is he a bleeding heart liberal white guy?
Well, of course.
Oh yeah, that's it. She married
But
a.
she won't get divorced to him, but she's saying, oh, we're getting divorced, but he lives with you. Oh, he's getting divorced, but he stays, but you borrow his car, but he borrows your car. I said, boy, if that was a black guy, you would have divorced him two years ago. Stop holding on to shit. But this is the problem. Let's look at your oils. Let's look at your trash. Do you have at least newspaper clippings that you could put in a safety bag and a Ziploc bag, start a fire, some wood chips, something that you can actually use in an accelerant like alcohol, kerosene. Let's go even further with this one, folks. Some of you need to carry two fucking metal trash cans.
I'm laughing because I got one out back.
Yeah, you know why? That trash can fire be warm as
Security.
shit,
Yeah.
don't it? That grill is hot as shit, right?
Yeah.
A lot of you who into this newfangled technology, let's say your power goes out. Guess who still got heating? The motherfuckers with a gas stove. A lot of you really need to keep your gas stoves. Am I lying, Bay?
No, I'm not. I mean, but houses today, you know,
They're
they've
new
eliminated
fancy.
that. Yeah, they've taken it away.
They're new and fancy.
That's why
But
I went out. I bought, them outdoor sheds. I got one
mhm.
of those. I've got two propanes and one the six um the 6 gallon gas can. Because gas it only lasts for like maybe about 2.5 years before before it goes inert. So
Yeah.
can I say something real quick?
Yeah, you got the fucking floor.
Remember back in 23,
Mm-hmm.
stocking food, water, toilet tissue, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people probably thought that I was crazy,
Now
but
you looking like Negro Damas.
it's like this weekend I'm gonna be looking out the window, drinking my coffee.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah.
tell people, why do all that shit when a lot of you should be stocking up on soaps?
I don't think people, I get it. With the way that the economy is, it's hard to afford this stuff. You're caught between a rock and a hard place. Do you pay the rent or whatnot? Or worse yet, um, as I've said, how back when during the election when Bitcoin was going crazy, and I said, "Yo, $20 could change your life." And I was talking about the penny stocks or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
$20, $40 could change your life. Instead of
Mm-hmm.
buying a six pack, instead of buying weed or whatever, put the money, invest the money in order to save yourself because you never know. You never know. And now we're at a point now where, oh my God, people have to rely on the kindness of strangers just to feed themselves.
Exactly.
And you shouldn't be living like that.
I hope that a lot of you actually share this shit. The only thing I ask is for one motherfucker to give a $20 cash app, and I ask the rest of you motherfuckers to share it. If anybody want to donate more, fine. You need to share this shit because guess what? I'm going to tell you. You ever heard of this knife company called Tops Knives? Just look it up. Tops Knives. One of the best knives I own. It's called the Max Punisher. It was actually in the Punisher movie, the second one.
The one
It
with
has
Barenthal?
not Bernthal, because Bernthal was in the series, the one with the former rugby player. Um, this knife was actually in the movie. Hmm?
Are you
Punisher
talking about
Warzone.
Okay. Where you barely spoke?
Yeah,
Okay.
Punisher, which is very close to the Punisher character, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And think about it. This this is a very heavy, and I have it in my hand now. It's a full tang knife, meaning this goes past the handle. The back of it is so thick. I've used it to crack open coconuts, which means it's a powerful, strong knife, right?
Oh
There's a
yeah.
small there's a small section for a little saw, so you can save your blade that I could saw into stuff. The blade
Hmm.
bevel, the curved part, I can actually make kindling. Like you use the bottom to hammer small stuff in, and there's two holes where I could put not only 550 cord in it, but I could bend wires to wrap around. You know the little when you have fences or you have wiring, I could use it to bend copper wiring around. This is a real utility knife. You can use. There's even a part where you put your finger in it and notch. You can use that to open certain bottles. Go look at it. The Max Punisher. It's a very good knife, sturdy knife. I bought two. One I had for 3, 4 years. The other one I had closer to 10, 15. This shit is very sturdy and it's very easy to keep sharp and it's very easy to sharpen. There's many of times I've nicked myself on this motherfucker. Okay. Um,
And you want
one of the
some
best.
uncoordinated people to get this knife.
I'm very coordinated. I mean, it's a very heavy knife which could be used for hammer, for self defense. You could even the knife is strong enough and dense enough. I've seen people use it as a pry to pry doors open. You had people in special operations and SWAT teams use this knife to pry doors open.
What
Mm.
was the name of it again?
It's the Max Punisher, designed by Daniel M. Serto.
I forget the
It's
name of it. Go ahead.
it's actually the knife they used in the Punisher movie. Punisher, what is it? Crime War or what was it? It's a damn good knife. You know, I don't do too many product endorsements.
I forget the name of the knife, but I do have a full tang knife.
Let me see it. Show it to me.
Not in my junkie room. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can send it to you.
Top knives.
Yep.
Oh no, you don't have to do all that. I'm googling it now. I needed to get a look at it. All right. Okay. Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah. Yeah. Great.
$340.
I found one for 249, 246.
4 payments of $85 plus
But
gratuity.
you gotta. I found one that you could buy for. But look at the thickness of it.
You mean Punisher Warzone with Ray Stevenson?
Yeah, that's the knife. The knife. It may look a little awkward, but it's heavy, but it's light enough for combat. And if
Oh,
you
yeah.
look at the,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
you actually have a tomahawk and a cleaver, meaning this knife's heavy enough to go through your bone. If a motherfucker put his hand up the wrong way, I'm taking his hand off. If you need to go chop through some fucking, it comes out sharp. You can sharpen it very well. You can skin motherfuckers with it. And when you want to talk about one of the best knives, and that's not only the two places I would tell people to buy a knife: Tops knives and Cold Steel knives.
Are you talking about the M4X?
Yeah.
M4X,
M4X, the Max.
yeah, M4X Punisher, yeah, from Top Knives. I'm looking at it.
It's a very beautiful
Look,
knife, isn't it?
Oh,
That
I
looks
see
like
it
some,
on Amazon for 217.
yeah. You'll find
what is,
deals. Trust me. I'll tell you to find the deals. Always look for the deals.
29. Here, let me put this in my private shopping list. There we go. I got the washer dryer combo in there.
Depends.
uh,
oh, you can get this at Wiseman for
It
$189.
depends
Okay.
because one, how do so many women react to a gentleman like myself? And a gentleman does not mean a weak man. It means a man who is comfortable within the confines of his masculinity
Hey
and will
Charles.
not forsake any for anything or anyone. But he does know how to treat people with dignity and respect, as long as they do the same for him, because reciprocity is the king of the world.
this
So,
one
yeah,
reviewer said he's wanted this knife since he was 14 years old.
that's
After
that Daniel Boone right there, boy. That's that Daniel Boone. Yep, full tang knife. Make sure it's sharpened. And I'm gonna give some people a clue and a tip, right? Okay, this goes for any knife, full tang, fixed blade,
Mm-hmm.
folding knife, anything. I'm gonna give you a super tip since most motherfuckers always ask me to talk more about survival, combat, more of this shit. It's not like I'm an expert, right? Um, your fighting knife should not be your utility knife, and your utility knife should not be your fighting knife. Am I
Mm-hmm.
making sense?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you who don't know what I just said, if I'm using a knife for fighting, I'm not using that to cut paper or cut rope. Why? Because the more I cut rope and paper, the more I'm making that knife
Pull
dull.
on the knife. Yeah.
Doing it.
If my knife's a fighter, I want that to be the sharpest mother. I want that to cut through fucking dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be very rare I take that out unless I'm walking the street and I'll have it in such a way you can't see it and it's not gonna scare anybody. Even if I'm carrying a gun, I'll have my knife out. Well, if it's a folding or fixed blade.
It's
Um,
a butterfly
there
knife.
was a there was a time when two guys were in a fucking shop and they both wore denim because they worked in blue collar work, in a factory.
Mhm.
So, when denim meant denim. And if anybody want to put the link in the chat for the Max, please do. For the M4, the Max, I call it the Max. Um, the Max Punisher. It's a
Uh,
beautiful knife to me.
Cake.
It's worth if you're going to invest in a knife, it's worth it because it's if you're willing to put $300 in tennis shoes, invest in a knife like this.
Can I
That
read this review?
please do.
You got to read this review. This this dude Scott, he gave us all 5 stars back in 2012. He said after reading an earlier review, I decided to buy this knife for my 14-year-old. First of all, it seems schools in my area have a zero tolerance policy on any weapons. Schools have changed since I was growing up. Anyway, this knife is way too confidence inspiring. My boy had recently been accosted by some girls at school. After catching him trying to sneak out of the house with my 38 revolver, I bought this knife as a cheaper alternative. It's from the movie Punisher Warzone, which my boy watches over and over in his room. He must have seen it 200 times. Also, I could forego the safety lecture as this wasn't a firearm. Anyway, after a pretty nasty altercation with a large girl at school, my boy pulled the knife out of his pack. Unfortunately, the knive's large blade is too long for corridors, and my son accidentally slashed the janitor who was trying to break things up. I recommend a shorter blade for children. Good otherwise, though. 40 people found that helpful.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Encourage your school age children to get in knife fights instead of teaching them how to box and wrestle.
That review
So,
was crazy.
but you got to realize what I'm telling people. How many times have I told people teach your kids to box and wrestle? I mean, wrestling is an American martial art. I know that, right? So is boxing.
Hmm.
Notice, no matter what martial art you pick, there's nobody who can outspar a fucking boxer when it comes to striking. There's no grappler who can outgrapple a wrestler. So when you're looking at this knife, and I'm a big, strong guy by some people's standards, I can't even make a bend in this motherfucking. You shouldn't. It's sturdy. This is the sound. Listen to the sound of me just patting a knife with my hand.
God
That's
damn.
hard.
Like meat
Yeah,
beating.
yeah. So that means if I'm hammering, I hammered nails with this. I've cracked fucking coconuts with this. Okay, I put it through. I bought another one, which is all black. I put this through the fucking rigmarole. If there was ever a knife I know that I could take with me, if I had to go back to Iraq, if Baltimore became a fucking cesspool again, where I need to survive on my wits, this is one of three knives I would take, maybe two.
I just dropped a link for anybody who's interested in top knives. I just dropped the link. Also, you guys can also check bladehq.com. You can get some good
Blade HQ has a lot of good discounts for knives. If you're gonna get a knife that has a lot of utilities, at least get a knife with a compass and a goddamn fire starter in it. You should have you should have a full tang knife for utility. I have a SRK from Cold Steel that I carried since Iraq. I bought a new one. Those are good combat knives, even though they're thick enough for utility. But I kind of I will utilize that for more combat. Um, there's the Counter Strike that I carry. It's the Counterpoint. I'm sorry, XL. I have one that's a shorter one, that's straight blade, and then this one, the longer one, about 5 6 inches. This is serrated with a short. It's about less than half an inch at the tip, which is straight. Um, there's nothing. There's nothing a serrated edge can't cut through in a case of emergency or in case of defending my life or cutting somebody out of a goddamn seatbelt.
Mm.
Um, so There are a few knives that I would recommend for people. I would also say get an emergency batch of fishing line, or get one that you can fold up, because fish is a very plentiful source of protein. This is the reason why. Did you know the reason why human beings develop so quickly, relatively through the times? It's
Tools.
the tools and protein consumption.
High protein consumption, especially things like bone marrow,
Yeah,
which
not just
which proves
bone marrow, but in order to build your brain, you need a high source of what?
protein.
Protein. Protein. For
And
all of you
also,
people, I may not have finished my degree, but if you haven't noticed through the years, I am kind of smart a little bit, just a tiny bit.
I
I
would
tell
also
all the go ahead.
I, I would also recommend books on survival skills, especially understanding having knowledge on all types of plants, because you need to know which plants are dangerous, which ones are useful for whether we need them for nutrition or for medicinal purposes. Furthermore, understanding how to collect water from various species, from within an environment, how to get a filtration system.
There's YouTube
And
videos for all of this stuff.
since you mentioned the map, you can't just have any ordinary map. You need a topographical map, because people need to learn how to read topographical maps, because those will show you about elevation and whatnot, with a compass, and how to know your way that way. And last thing I would say, Charles, too, when you mentioned the first aid kit, not to mention you need to also have one. I would say it's important to have like surgical gloves, just in case. You never know when you might need to do so. And more importantly, you might have to also have appropriate masks or balaclavas to cover your face during certain situations, like when it start with, like, say, in a situation with a forest fire or some shit like that. I have a mask I use called an RZ mask. Have you ever heard of that? I can put the link in the chat for y'all.
Go ahead.
These are masks. Yeah, I'll put that in. I mean, I use this mask. This is one that I was wearing like during COVID. It has like a internal filter you can wear. Comes in handy, and it has a bag that goes with it. It was a cousin of mine who told me about this company when I saw him, wearing it in a picture on Facebook. They have like the ones they have are like mesh. The others also like neoprene cloth, but there's like a valve and stuff that you can use to help you breathe through it. And you can replace the filter every now and then, depending on what you need. So those are things I do think people need to have, especially. But yeah, I'm done.
You niggas need a shiesty mask.
Yeah, but the problem is some people, they breathe through their mouth, so they're gonna moist up the front. They're mouth breathers, so they moist it up with a shiesty mask. A balaclava is handy in certain situations. I think
It makes a lot. It makes a lot of the Muslims leave you alone.
Oh, okay. These are like those good construction masks or whatnot. Okay.
I use for multiple purposes. I got about 4. One is in safety green because remember it's winter and I'm still black.
At least part of you.
Yeah, there's for the most part, but I have to wear that and a reflective vest when I go out at night in the winter. Just so people
Shit!
can see me.
Oh shit! I thought it was a murder of crows. Oh shit!
What? You guys? What you see? You see them?
Mm.
What do you think of them?
I hate
Say what?
Whoopi Goldberg's gums because they black. I'm sorry.
Yes, they
I
are.
hate Whoopi Goldberg's black ass. I hate my gums because they black. I hate
Oh
this.
yeah,
That.
oh
Bernie
yeah.
Mac.
I hate black. I hate black pepper. Rest
I
in
hate
peace,
Black
Bernie Mac.
Pepper. Oh, that was the funniest king of comedy of all time. Oh yeah. By the way, if you watch Primal on HBO Max,
I gotta watch
I'm gonna
that.
I'm gonna tell you off the break.
Oh shit.
It's not a lot of dialogue, but you get the story. And by the way, it is brutal. The first episode, man. You see why him and his partner actually form up because they both bond through tragedy. I won't tell you what tragedy bestowed them to, but when you see it, you be like, "Wow, no wonder they couldn't put this on regular kids' TV." This is an adult. I'll just warn you, this is adult animation.
Ooh, they got them in different flavors.
What's that?
These RZ masks.
Oh yeah.
We got,
Um.
yep.
By the
And
way, by the way,
mhm.
let's talk about different body oils, like peppermint oil.
Hmm.
If you want to raise the body temper of somebody, rub peppermint oil on their carotids and their temples, wherever there's a bloodstream flow. Especially if they're going through, some hypothermic shit.
Mm.
That might be nice to know during times like this, right?
Mhm.
Put some
Also learn
peppermint on.
how, also learn how to dig.
Learn how to
Having a
dig.
yak is important as well.
Go out there and take some goddamn soap.
Mhm.
Not soap, salt.
I want
Start
the black.
pre-treating some of that goddamn sodium fucking causing motherfucker. Take some of that goddamn shit and start pre-treating your goddamn outsides.
I want the black one.
That's what I said about her booty.
Does it come in black?
Yeah.
If
I'm
you're
looking.
gonna give me a bad bitch, do it comes in black. Yes, it does. There.
Oh, but we hate black women over here, right?
Exactly. Don't forget. This is homework for everybody. I need somebody to give me a nice channel where they do good hunting and they skin and they also gut the food. I've actually seen a white chick, kill her chickens and gut them. A lot of you need to go, and I know this is true. You need to go. You need to connect with some of your country ass cousins who hunt. And if you don't have too many country ass cousins, you need to go down and you need to go and get some white people who at least friendly enough for black people to train black people to hunt in the skin and the gut. The
Hmm.
reason why I say this is because what did Bay and myself tell y'all?
You smoke crack, don't you?
Crack, 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 crack every day.
No, but
What what happens when we pushing people into a more primitive state?
they get more animalistic.
And
They
what happens
become pretty
when you become more animalistic?
violent, more territorial.
Hmm. They get very violent.
Thank you. Notice I only got 7 live viewers, and 3 of them or 4 of them are on the panel. I want you to think about it. When I talk about important shit, that's why you either do it for the love of it or
You got
you do it for.
14 likes. So
do it. Look, do it for the love of it. Because good Lord, I mean, are you here to make money or are you here to share information?
I'm here to share the fuck out of this information
You
because
know.
I'm not Anton. This is the difference between me and Anton. Okay, I'm I'm not gonna try to go toe to toe with a professional comedian and get mad because he put his wife and daughter on blast.
Oh, you know
What
that's for the record, that's criminal. That was criminal what he did.
that was criminal. Normally, guys like myself wouldn't do that. But I tell people, you're going. What happens when you push the God of War into a point where he had a scorched earth theory, right? A lot of people don't understand what scorched earth mean. Explain to them what scorched earth mean, Beck.
It means nothing's off limits. You level everything. When you absolutely positively have to kill everything in the room, except no substitutes.
Exactly.
I don't even know. Look, let me just
Why
say
get
this: two two things. Two things. You jump up in my face acting like you want to fight, and I say step outside, and you don't. You a bitch. I don't care.
Yeah.
Secondly, secondly, concerning this situation with the whole daughter thing, you're talking about somebody that has that Dr. Umar mentality. Umar aired out his own daughter, so did Corey. He aired out his daughter and his son. Called his daughter all types of B's and H's and whatnot all over the freaking internet. Umar did the same thing. These people like that, you don't what they say, don't wrestle with a pig in mud because the pig
No.
enjoys it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anton he's gonna have to either press charges and or sue in order for personally I would press charges just to let him know, like, dude, nah, like you can do that to your own family members, but you're not gonna do that to mine. The history of you, the history of you. All right, let me get this out the way. Y'all do know that Corey once used to go at Stephen A. Smith all the time, every freaking Tuesday for months, like 10 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
saying that it's on site, he's standing on it, all this stuff, every goddamn Tuesday. Then one day, Stephen A. Smith, and y'all may remember when Stephen A. Smith was showing off his boxing skills and people was laughing and whatnot. It was based on that. Stephen A. Smith caught Corey slipping at a chicken joint. What happened? Corey sitting there holding up a big piece of chicken with the coon smile. With Stephen A. Smith leaning over him smiling too. But after that, I was done. You know how he's done with his other cast members? He's chased them off, talked shit about them mercilessly. This dude is a coward. He been telling the same goddamn $40 baby mama joke since the 90s. Since fucking what was that show with Showtime at the Apollo?
God damn.
Since that show ain't been on the air, been telling the same goddamn corny ass jokes.
Is he talking about Holcomb here?
Huh? Yes. But people defend him. They stand up for that because they
And
have his mentality.
and then when you look at Anton, he's no better than Corey. This is why this was a match made in heaven and hell. Because both of them got caught slipping.
Yep.
Antoine didn't say the sucking dick comment again. Corey didn't go outside. Whether if you're doing it for your money or you're doing it for your, or you didn't do it for your whatever certain mentality you do it for. No, don't sell wolf tickets. Don't sell wolf tickets. So
because somebody gonna want to buy them.
Mm-hmm. Because when you sell wolf tickets, you forget who got the receipts. Somebody got the
Y'all
receipts.
remember? Um, Bitter.
Yeah.
You remember? What was it? One time he had Corey when he had Holcomb when he had Zoe Williams and Ari Spears on the show.
Yeah. I mean, but you see
And how
why?
they?
Remember why they fell out? Why did Corey and Zoe fall out?
I don't know.
Because Zoe Williams beat up Aries, right? Funniest freaking thing we seen on the internet at that time. He beat him up. Then Aries sued. Zoe had to show up to court to give the deposition and everything. Corey spent all this money on a lawyer. Zoe didn't show up. So Corey felt that he lost money on that because he trying to get right with Aries. You know what I'm saying? Trying to handle this stuff. Because they kept trying to tell Zoe, yo, leave him alone, But because
He's a comedian.
Right, Aries was drunk. He drunk that whole bottle of name, that clear liquor.
Gin or something like that.
No,
what are we talking?
Drank the whole bottle of vodka. Practically the whole bottle. Yeah. I remember all of this. So Zoe didn't show up. Corey wanted his money back. Zoe said, I'll pay you soon as I hit this lick. And the lick was because Zoe's son at the time he was getting ready to play college basketball. All right. Yeah, his son was, he was getting ready to go to college, play basketball, and he was gonna get that money. So he, and his son was gonna break him off. So he was letting Corey know, hey, soon as I hit this lick, I got you. But Corey being Corey, every freaking Tuesday just kept talking about it. And he tried to talk tough with Zoe. And Zoe was like, yo, what's up? He's scooting chairs back. And ever since then, they haven't been straight. But he did give Corey his money. You know what I'm saying? He did get Corey his money, but they were never straight after that. Matter of fact, him and who's the dude that's the little yippy yap dog that's on Corey's show now? Craig. Even Craig and Corey fell out. Corey and some dark-skinned dude fell out, and some other light-skinned dude. They all fell out with Corey. I'm surprised that Darlene has hung in for as long as she has, as much as he disrespects her every freaking Tuesday. He's been doing it for over a decade, just disrespecting her every Tuesday.
How about the bullshit with Godfrey? And like that one time on Godfrey show, him and Dante, they called all the they called Holcomb, and Holcomb was like saying, and Corey was just saying some foul. It was accusing them of some Hollywood fruity shit, fruity in the booty type of shit. And he's like, he accused him of like sucking dick and everything. He's like, what the hell are you talking about, man? And Dante called him out because that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You keep falling back on the same lame ass jokes, the same tired ass stuff.
Oh no, these are accusations. He was accusing them of some shit.
He accused every dude in Hollywood of being gay. He accused every guy in Hollywood of being gay. It's ridiculous. Like somebody gonna mess around there and drop a lawsuit on him or something. Because I mean, dude, come on. Like you doing too much because that's all you. That's your personality. Now I'm gonna leave it at that. But that's his personality.
That's the dumb shit he's always into.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but it's just
there are things that need to be said. You need to get that off your chest.
Here's the part that gets me.
Like that before. Go ahead.
Here's the part about me with Corey and Anton. Corey and Anton play a very dangerous stepping game. Okay? Okay. You can't play this game and then expect for motherfuckers not to take hold of something. People talked about me and my son. I got to take some of that. Why?
Hmm.
Because you put yourself out there as a public person. You put yourself out there as a Christian. Guess what? You're going to be taken as what? You're going to be held to what the fuck you told the people about yourself. If if you get mad at it, then guess what? You got to be looking at when people say, "Oh, you're not a Christian," because we all know, goddamn, Anton is a white apologist. There's a video I put from Mr. Gat where he was talking to a white guy and he didn't get confrontational with the white guy. He just said, "I'm gonna make you famous."
Oh, the drunk white guy at the
Yeah,
store.
yeah.
Yeah, because I'd have been told him, like, man, shut the fuck up before I fucking body slam your ass. Like, hold on, put the camera down. Like, what's up? I mean, seriously, you don't let nobody press you.
No, because first and foremost, some people in the world take me as being a nice guy. When I would tell people, I would hurt you. There's times I have to listen to my father out of respect for not hurting people or my mother. And I tell him, I'm about to body this motherfucker. Get your bail money ready. And they're like, don't touch him because you know you're going to kill him. And you know how it is, Bay. It's not just about size, it's also skill. Because skill makes it more efficient to hurt people. And this ain't bragging, this is just what it is.
Sorry,
Motherfuckers
you
think,
took me back to high school, but go ahead.
huh?
I said, no, you just took me back to high school, but go ahead.
Yeah, you're going to feel me on this one. It's not about bragging, it's about skill. And I tell people, leave me the fuck alone. This may be your one time to get the fuck away from me. And people don't believe me when I say that shit because shit ain't sweet. Shit might not be sweet for me. And I need a restart. I need you to be the fuck away from me. What happens when people take that bluff? You don't understand when the lion roars, he's letting you know to stay out of his fucking territory. And there's plenty of people who don't understand that concept. This is why we have so much angst in the black community. This is the reason why we have so much angst. You keep thinking people are joking when they're warning you, yo, you need to get the fuck out of my presence. They're giving you fair warning. Because anyway, if they just snap the fuck off, they're gonna fuck you up. There's a lot of people who play that dangerous game with men, grown ass men. We have to be very cognizant about that. Everybody knows there's no secret when me and Anton was on Dennis Sperling. And he said some very scathing shit about me being a single father.
Ooh.
You're, I hate to say it, my brother, but you know you're part of the reason why the black community's in a downfall. I said, well, motherfucker, do I still have a duty to raise them properly? He couldn't answer. But I said, do you think he would have said the same shit to me? No. I know he would have said the same shit he said to Corey. Because now that white apologist, I said, why didn't you pop off to him? I'd have had a drink and I'd have laughed at you. I said, this is the type of niggas like you who never really hung around the hood, which the hood ain't nothing to hang around anyway. But you're not a hood nigga. Stop faking it. Because true men who are about war and action don't speak on it. But what happens constantly? What happens constantly?
The tickets get sold.
People keep testing one another and always got to be disrespectful.
And what happens when a motherfucker's ready to take a tomahawk and scalp your ass?
They
Good
shooting.
night.
They shooting.
But people don't
And
understand that.
everybody's always brandishing weapons for no apparent reason.
Look, ain't no such thing as a fair fight out in the streets, but I feel you.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. If you don't have a pair of brass knuckles, you ain't trying. If you don't have a knife, you ain't trying.
Your mission is to make it home that night.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't fighting with your cousin or a friend of yours or anything like that. You're fighting with a stranger. 9 times out of 10. You think he gonna let up on you? You think he gonna be soft on you? Because you gotta go home to your family? Like the penitentiary is
No,
full of motherfuckers who get zero shits about your situation.
at the end of the day, they want to put you 6 feet under, no matter what. Somebody's hoping for looking for to prove that they are that they are who they say they are, but putting somebody 6 feet under. Everybody's trying to get some kind of a rep, and you got to make sure that they don't try to make an example out of yourself, out of you. Excuse me.
Think
You have
about
to
it.
protect yourself. Mm-hmm.
Think about it. I want you to
Mm-hmm.
think about this, right? There were giant creatures in the fucking earth that your ancestors had to fight. Do you think the same threats we get today you could use against them?
No,
Why?
Because they don't do all that talking.
they don't do talking like that. They just
They spring in
and
that.
most they spring that they will growl or they will flare up or do whatever they need to show have some display to say I'm not the one to mess with. And if you don't take a hint, that's it.
Think about it. Do you know your grandfather, or great grandfather, had 4 times the testosterone of you? Do you know what that meant?
He had to be that much more aggressive in order
He
to
had to be
survive.
he had to be more manlier than you.
He had to be more violent, more aggressive, more vigilant, more focused,
Well,
because it was day in, day out. He had to survive every single day.
here's the
Every day
issue.
was survival.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue. You have males running around today who think that arguing, yelling, cussing, and talking tough is fighting because that's what they were raised around. That's how they mama fight. So they think that that's fighting. That's not fighting. That's not how men fight. Men throw hands. I mean, that's just on the quick end. Dudes don't. Today's males, they don't understand that. Why do you think so many of these little kids run around, with weapons? They don't know how to throw hands. Either they jump you or they pull something out on you. And we're talking about teenagers going up against adults that they picked the fight with. And you have grown men who do that. They think that selling wolf tickets and I won the argument. That to them, that's I won the fight. Like, no, you didn't. That's not fighting. Am I lying? Am I missing something? Am I getting it wrong?
No. Ladies and gentlemen, we're presented with the General, Admiral Smokes. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Alaikum salam, y'all. What's
Brooklyn
going
in
on?
the house. Oh, baby, baby.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, Charles.
But
You know,
one of my many
Salaman wa
monikers is the
rahmatullah.
god of,
yeah, but yeah,
one of
but
my many
yeah.
monikers is the god of war. Not because I wanted to be, it's because I had to be.
Yes.
You're an Aries.
Not just
You
an
know what's
Aries,
so funny? You know what's funny about that, Charles? I'm a Libra.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, and I'll start off quoting Thomas Hobbes in the Leviathan. And covenants without the sword are but words, and of no strength to secure a man at all. When we talk about statecraft, when we talk about sovereignty, right? These are the things that you would need to actually begin to form a people and the actual identity. For Black America, we are a mix of many different things. There have always been multiple Black Americas, even in the early days of the United States itself. And we are confused with the idea that that phenotype is what makes a people, and that's not true, right? In order to have a tribe, a community, or even a family, one must share common value systems, right? And so throughout Black America, or at least since I've been living, there isn't a common value system. So if there isn't a common value system, I don't know what you are capable or what ideologies or contracts that you are capable of either breaching or neglecting, right? So once you have assimilation, because remember, we didn't have integration, it's assimilation. Why? Sand Dog, in his little tiny 6-year-old brain, raises his hand in the second grade. And I asked my teacher, and I said, ma'am, we're learning about racial integration. And I raised my little hand and I said, okay. So since Black people were bused to white institutions, what Black institutions were white people bused to? And she looked at me and smiled and said, none. And at that moment, I understood that it was assimilation as opposed to a real true form of integration. And since you are assimilated based upon your socioeconomic status or what region you come from in the United States, you will have a completely different experience, right, than people who are from the other parts. And so if I fight to send my children to Robert E. Lee High School instead of Malcolm X High School, right, the outcomes are going to be different. If I fight to send my children to Alexander H. Stevens Elementary, right, instead of, you know what I'm saying, instead of Martin Delaney Elementary, the outcomes are going to be different, right? Alexander H. Stevens is the man who gave the cornerstone speech for the Confederacy. And in the cornerstone speech, he mentions that the natural place of the Black man or the African is to be in servitude to the white man. But yet, you are bending over backwards to send your children into an institution named after that man. And so, whether you get, you know what I'm saying? So when you get certain outcomes, I don't understand why Black America as a quote and unquote community is surprised. Why are you surprised that you would have people that you disagree with, like Anton or Candace Owens or whoever else is out there, right? Based upon the fact that you integrated into certain or assimilated into certain institutions. And if you're going to assimilate into the United States, that demands an Anglo-American worldview, right? So that demands an Anglo-American worldview if you're going to assimilate. So my question, well, it's not even a question. And so my thing is that for us, what you ultimately wanted is sovereignty. And so when we have these ideological battles, at least from my perspective, that is a result of our lukewarmness towards freedom, for whatever the reasons are, right? So again, either you're going to have revolution or either you're going to have some form of reform, right? But there are people out there, they have the rhetoric of revolution, but they're not interested in that, right? And hell, I don't even know if they're even interested in reform, right? But when we talk about us, right, or ADOS, Black America, whatever we're calling it these days, right, a huge issue is that a phenotype is not what's required, is not the only thing that makes a people, right? You're gonna need you may need a common religion. You may need a whole bunch of other things that help to form one identity, right? And just being dark skinned is not enough. And so if we assimilate it into America and we all have different socioeconomic statuses and different experiences with America based upon the region that you're from, for all intents and purposes, realistically, those are damn near different tribes, right? Because they would have their own worldview, their own perspective, and like I said, in their own, in their own way of doing things, right? So life in East New York, Brooklyn is not the same thing as life in Baldwin Hills, right? Life in Birmingham, Alabama is not the same thing as life in Old Virginia, right? And Black people from those parts will have totally different experiences and totally different ideas. And I think so. The thing is that the only time that certain voices don't want us to be a monolith is when they want to win an argument with the white people that they're spiteful towards, right? When they want to win an argument. Oh, well, we're diverse in thought, but no, but the instant you're behind closed doors or within each other, if you deviate from any kind of, I don't know, standard idea or thought perspective, right? You are immediately considered an enemy, right? And so for me, like, this is just a neutral response without people's direct experiences. And I'm just saying that phenotype, ultimately what I'm trying to say is that phenotype alone is not what makes you, a people, right? Shout out to Jesus when they said, Jesus, there go your brothers. And Jesus said, my brothers are those who do the will of my Father. So if you are Black America, outside of trauma bonding, what other things have we created to make us a true demographic instead of sporadic reactions to psychographics?
That's a good question, ain't it? That's why I ask them, especially my pro-Black talkers. I say, name 10 good things about Black culture, or name 10 positive things about Black culture that we celebrate.
Yeah. Because even in your history, I went out right now and I asked young Black kids, who's Martin Delaney? Who's Ida B. Wells? Who's Elijah McCoy? Who's Bass Reeves? Name the first Black elected officials after Reconstruction. Who's Booker T. Washington? So the very fact that Up From Slavery is not a common read in Black America is a problem, right? Again, whether you disagree with them or not, the souls of Black folk, again, the fact that these things are not common reads or common knowledge is a problem. Your history and your culture is for you to preserve. So in my family, I got pictures of my family tree. These are my first relatives. This is this. They had this kids. They had that kids. And in my family, we are soldiers, farmers, preachers, and merchants. right? And so I know what the history and identity of my family is, right? So again, so you would take that and then you would start from there. And so at the end of the day, it goes back to, have you taken the necessary steps to become a people? Because remember, we change our identity every second, right? So there were a time we were Negro all the way up to African American, and now we're people of color, soon to be ADOS or FBA or whatever it is that we're gonna do next. So, so at the end of the day, you have to, like I said, you're going to have to sit down and really examine what it takes to make a people. And again, I have nothing against America. I've been proven wrong in many ways, but my argument would have been, if I was around back then, my argument would have been is that true freedom of sovereignty could only happen in my own state, right? Because again, asking people who have deemed me 3/5 of a man to live in peace and civility, peace, whatever you want to call it, I believe that's too tall of an ask,
Well,
right?
you do know there's a reason for that.
Yeah,
The
but
3/5 of a man thing.
yeah, correct. Yeah, but yeah, I get it. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there was a conversation that we had before on this chat, right? And my thing, or one of my life philosophies, is that disrespect is not my problem to fix, right? All I'm gonna do is just distance myself from it. And so you can't, so like I said, so again, I think that for us, that there has been a failing in the idea of actually, like I said, what makes a people. And you have to have ownership, you have to have control, right? Again, egalitarianism is very difficult, right? It's very hard. Sometimes it's hard to decide what path or route, saying, that you should take, right? When when there's a saying, again, I'm sorry, I mixed up some things, but
No, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, but long story short, right? Having your own state gives you the ability to create your own identity, your own culture. Like I said, your own rules. And so, for a lot of us, there are some of us that are assimilated. There are some of us that are not assimilated, and then there's a whole bunch of us with totally different ideas. In the middle. And so it makes it very difficult for us to come to a consensus, right? So the guys who are higher up on the socioeconomic scale, they have a perspective, right? Those who are not in the same thing, and then they have, like I said, they have a perspective. And sad and most unfortunately, there's a side of Black America that doesn't want to hear any other perspective, but its own, right? And unfortunately, that side of Black America represents some of the most broken and dysfunctional parts of Black America, right? And so for those Black people who are on the outside of that, you'll say there's a constant, or there's a frustration of constantly being defined by that and represented by it, right? And so, like I said, we don't, for us, so like if you look at white America, right, there's a space where people are liberal and there's a space where people are conservative. But for us, it's not that kind of same exchange, right? So they don't even let Black conservatives into the Black Congressional Caucus unless you're a Democrat. So again, I'm not trying to make it a political thing. I'm just talking about the fact that within our community, right, there is there seems to be only certain tracks or certain perspectives that will be allowed into our conversation. And I think that part of what limits us to be able to do that is, again, our understanding of what freedom is. And like I said, and freedom is not your ability to engage in conspicuous consumption and negative liberty. That's not necessarily what freedom is. Freedom is control over the factors of production, which is land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, right? It's not the ability to go out and buy a Mercedes Benz and fuck my girlfriend and her pretty cousin, right? That's not that's not you know, so again, that's not necessarily freedom. So I know I'm kind of straying a bit, so I'll just reel it in. From my perspective, I don't think that we've done the right things, or I'm not gonna say we haven't done the right things. We're still trying to find a way to become a people in a land that has been historically hostile to each other. Because sad and not because again, not sad, but the truth is you and the people that you've been going back and forth with, regardless of their complexion, you're actually one people. So, you know, me and the white guy down the street in Alabama, we are actually one people. You know what I'm saying? We are Americans, right? So and then for Black America, right, due to racism being a subculture under that, it's still under the same struggle, right? Trying to find a way to be a people. So, as they say, stone walls and iron bars do not a prison make, neither does color or hue does a people make. And so I think that this is where, from my perspective, I think this is where we get confused and where we have problems, right? Because hashtag because we're black, right? And so, and that's what, and think about it, that's why we have issues right now going back and forth with black immigrants from different countries, right? Because when they came over, our arms are open, hashtag because you're black, but you don't know who these people are, you don't know what they believe, right? Or what their reasons for being here even are, right? So, you know, that's all I'm trying to say is that the color of your skin is not enough to make a people, and that if you truly wanted to be a people, you would have needed your own state.
And not only that, look at the Hebrews of the ancient Torah and Bible. How many of them had to literally keep their religion to keep them the same? How many?
Correct. All of them, bro. Because remember that was the thing, right? Again, not to marry out into women with foreign gods. Back to Solomon, right? From yesterday. For me, yesterday. Now it's that was yesterday for me. So back to
Keep it in your
Solomon.
religion. Yeah,
Yesterday for me as well.
Keep your religion.
yeah, or the culture. You know, I mean, but we're talking about us. We're a people that, oh God, we're people that think that the Republicans were the Confederacy. Do you
Well,
understand what I'm saying?
you got to understand. There's misinformation and there's disinformation. You picking up what I'm putting down, saying, Doug, aren't you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you who are not known for that, misinformation, if I'm mistaken the information you're trying to just convey. Disinformation, I'm purposely being disingenuous. I'm purposely giving you misinformation. What do you think America has been doing to black people?
Just informing y'all,
Exactly. So when
misleading you guys into the wrong path for
so
very nefarious reasons.
so if I convince you not to understand your history, because guess what? It is not the country's job to tell you your history.
Facts. My
It is your
family.
ancestors.
Correct.
It is your parents.
Yeah, that's why I don't even trip about them. Like when they removed
Black
critical race
History Month.
schools.
Oh, critical race CCR. Yeah.
Like, well,
CR.
why the fuck are you letting the school system teach your kids about your history anyway? That should be something that you teach at home. I mean, critical race theory got these morons thinking that again, the Republicans were the Confederacy. You know, that's critical race theory. Why you think?
Because why would I?
Go ahead.
I've always said this. And shout out to this 4-star, to this 3-star general from Canada who was in command of one of the units. This is probably one of the most niggerish generals in the world that I've met. And anybody who's been in the military is going to make you chuckle. He said, look, I ain't come from shit. I was just lucky to have a little bit of smarts about me and some athletic ability. You ever notice why there's an idiot put in middle management? They were purposely put there for the people in the top not to have a fear to be removed from their positions.
Useful idiots.
Yep. He said, the world don't owe you shit, but you don't owe the world shit. What you give is the gift that you give to your people and your God. Some deep shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's happened is when the world turns you to look left, you always look right. What happens is that you get to these emotional. I even said it in one of my old shows, man. A lot of y'all motherfuckers miss some of my archives. Y'all need to go back to some of my archives, my early shit. When I literally printed out the papers to tell you why it was purposely a single mother epidemic. They could have easily made a single father epidemic. You know why that wouldn't work? Why wouldn't that work, Bay? Why wouldn't that work, ABM? Why wouldn't that work, Sandog? Bay?
You need
Namer?
to, in order for you to have the outcome that you needed, which you have right now, you needed the children to be raised by the most malleable sex in society, and that's the females. They're so, I mean, look who's out there blowing whistles and getting shot in the face and getting punched in the face and lying on TV about being called a nigger by ICE. I mean, look who's out there on the front lines. Look who got arrested out there in Minneapolis for, committing terrorist acts on a church. You know, that's why you needed to have a single mother epidemic so you can raise the most idiotic, useful idiots you could get your hands on. That's by design.
I want you to. Anybody else want to give their reasoning? Tell me, why was there a single mother epidemic?
Oh, you mean as far as like our mentality,
Mm-hmm.
female mentality? Because they didn't look. I take it back. I'll take it all the way back to the biggest generational curse that we never overcame, especially with mainly the women, was getting off that plantation, because that's what welfare did. Welfare put black women back on the plantation, except they didn't have to work. The government, white zaddy, put you in a shack, gave you food, paid your light gas telephone. Only thing you had to do, if you had another baby, you got a bump in your check. You know what I'm saying? It's new age. It was new age slavery without picking the cotton. Am I making sense?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you are.
Because remember, right, you're dependent upon the state. Remember, a slave does not have agency, right? Look, let's go back to the early part of the United States when it wasn't the United States, but the colony in Jamestown, right, ran by the Burgesses of Virginia, right? Who would be the people that could vote? Landowners, correct? And everybody else was just laborers, right, in a sense to serve, like I said, to serve the upper class, right? Slaves, indentured servants, and everything else. So again, right, that's what it all boils down to is sovereignty, right? A slave is not sovereign.
You will own nothing and be happy. Doesn't that sound
Yeah,
familiar?
yes. Correct. And even shout out to Mar 23, what you said. And you're right, it could be worse. But there's something that I've learned, Mars, in my travel, is that if you are engaged in one battlefield, right, you're not going to see the others, right? So the struggles of life in South or Central America or even parts of Africa if you are in the United States and you're African American, that is your battlefield, right? America is your battlefield. And so what happens is that because America is so economically attractive at this stage in history, you have a lot of people coming from different battlefields, right? Injecting their ideas on it. Whereas, you don't have what Black Americans going out, like I said, into other places, right? So that will be the thing. Everybody has their own battles, so to speak. So if I'm fleeing from whatever's happening in Nicaragua, El Salvador, or the Congo or Nigeria, that's something completely different than what's happening in America, right? And so that American battlefield or that battle space is something that belongs to them and whatever issues that culture has, right? So could I draw things from somebody who survived Nicaragua? Of course, but it's not the same battlefield, not the same environment, right? So in warfare, we have something called METTC, mission, enemy, time, terrain, troops, and now a civilian consideration, right? And so when you take that as a model, right? I don't know how much I could apply Afghanistan to the United States, right? So, for example, in America, I could use tanks, right? But in Afghanistan, if you were to go to Kabul, Afghanistan, and you go on Jalalabad Road, those Russian tanks that are burnt to a host are still out there. Why? Because Afghanistan is mountainous. So if you're going to drive from Kabul to Jalalabad, you are going up a damn mountain, right? A narrow one at that. And if you're on an Abrams tank, right, that's 75 tons combat loaded, you ain't going to make it up that mountain. So every battlefield, every battle space has its challenges. And so I think one of the mistakes that a lot of immigrants make is applying what happened in the battle space where they come from to the United States. And so and the reason why it's a huge mistake is because for many immigrants, America is a place of respite from your war, right? So it's a place of respite that you get from whatever war that you just left. Whereas Americans, that's their battle space, and they're having their back and forths on, like I said, that are ongoing. And so for you, you found respite in terms of where you just came from, which is why you would have so many conflicting ideas, and and why you're having people starting to clash or delineate in certain ways, right? So I think that we have to be knowledgeable that the battle space is not the same everywhere.
The playbook never changes. When you look around the planet, all the colonized people on the planet, it's always the same strategy: drugs and separation of family. The Japanese and the British did it to the Chinese when Japan was kicking China up the ass. That's where all the opium and everything came from, because if everybody's high on opium, you can't fucking think straight.
Yeah.
You definitely ain't gonna fight a revolution.
Correct. But where the distortion, I'm just sorry, but where the distortion comes from is that where the distortion comes from is the structures that they put in place, right? So to your very point, you could have came from China during the opium wars and find yourself in Black America and do what? You could still end up looking down on Black people for the crack epidemic, right? And so that's what I'm saying. So coming from New York City, right, the Chinese community did not look at us during the crack epidemic and be like, bro, I know exactly what you're going through. They didn't do it.
No, they do it. They did it, but they just said, hey, let's not be like niggas. That's pretty much what all immigrants say when they get here. Don't be like the blacks. But because the
opium wars happened long before the crack epidemic.
I understand that. But this is what I'm saying, because Charles' question was, why did they choose the women and to make single? Why did they choose to make single mothers, not single fathers?
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying. Like the playbook is always the same shit. You know what I mean? You don't, because you if you got stable minded, able-bodied men, they're going to raise their boys to be stable-minded, able-bodied men.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Women ain't going to do that. So then therefore you don't have to worry about a revolution.
Yeah.
Because all the boys are fucked up. I mean, it's the same shit everywhere. Everywhere they go, they do the same damn thing. Every conquered people, every colonized ass people, it's always the same shit. Look at Liberia today. Same thing. Drugs, disease, STDs all over the fucking place. Everybody's poor. It's the same shit.
Yeah.
They didn't want, you know what I mean, black men raising black boys because black men would have raised up men. This is why you have what you have today. To Bay's point, you got, same playbook. Let's put heavy set, big bodied black women on Front Street to be the face of fighting the ICE agents that kill people. Why wasn't white women arrested because they went in that church and disrupted that church? It was a white woman that got shot by the ICE agent. All of this started because of huge amounts of fraud done by the Somali community in Minnesota. Not black Americans, not white people, but who's out there doing all the protesting? You don't even see Somalians. Where they at? This whole thing started because of them. Because to Bay's point, you know what I mean? You're gonna have women who need the fucking spotlight at every turn. They have to feel important. So when the Democrats come in and start paying their agent provocateurs and shit, they look at this as a badge of honor. That's why you got black Democrats out here saying this shit. Yeah, we're the backbone of the party, and they need black women to be the moral voice and all this stupid shit, when really you're nothing but another pawn. I mean, this is a repeat of George Floyd all over again. And George Floyd wasn't 20 years ago. It was like yesterday. But, you can't tell people that, because low self-esteem niggas always need you always going to have to be out there on Front Street so you can feel important about your fucking self. This has nothing to do with black Americans. This is about fraud. I don't care what the CNN and all them want to tell you about ICE and all. This is about fraud in Minnesota. What are you in a church for? What you mad at the church for? What did they do?
Supposedly, the pastor works for ICE in the field office. He's like a field office head or something like that. But it's like, then why would you run up in there? Because, you have a lot of right-wing churches. Their members, they carry. Because they'll be damned if they get caught like this dude just did. Like these people just did. You think that all of a sudden now that these Christians, they still gonna be looking to turn the other cheek?
People forget that old Jesus in the temple. Jesus in the temple, if I can paraphrase, was whooping ass. Will we all agree on this panel?
Yeah.
He was
This
putting
is what
foot
killed
to
me.
ass.
This
People
is what
forget
killed me.
that Jesus.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Because
People
it's
forget
like
that Jesus.
Don Lemon actually thinks that Jesus would approve of him going in with a group of protesters in God's house and causing disruption over pedophiles, rapists, murderers, drug and human traffickers, and thieves. He really think that God and Jesus would approve of that.
Don Lemon has went from former CNN anchor to, I guess he think he's a social justice activist now or something.
They're going
Because
to
he
get
got
him
fired.
on conspiracy. They're going to get him on conspiracy because he knew that chick told him where they were going to meet up at. You know what I'm saying? He knew what they were going to do. This is
You
why
know
they
what?
arrested the 2 black chicks. They had to arrest that white guy though because he's a danger. You notice he didn't get bail. He's being held without bail because he is too dangerous to be left alone, if you know what I'm saying. He's too
Right.
dangerous to be out on the street. But them other 2, they got their information off their phones because they didn't think that they would get arrested. So they got all their information, all their communications off their phones, and they gonna trust me. They gonna get Donnie. They gonna get
Well,
him.
well, listen, it's his own fault because remember recently when he came out and talked shit about Stephen A. Smith and black people don't like Stephen A. Smith. Like, where the fuck do Don Lemon get up? Wait a minute. So if Stephen A. Smith can't speak for the black community, then who made you emperor of black people, Don Lemon? You don't speak for me, dude. I don't have a problem with Stephen A. Smith. Like, where the fuck do Don Lemon get off? And snap, this is just karma. Karma coming back to that ass. Because Stephen A. Smith doesn't wipe the ass of the Democrat Party good enough for you. So that makes him a sellout and a coon and all this shit.
Then what the fuck does that make Don Lemon
And
and his crew?
stupid niggas like Don Lemon, once again, low self-esteem. It doesn't matter how successful you become in life, you Negroes need to feel important to these white people, these white Democrats. You need to let them pat you on the head. Yeah, get out there, black man, and be our mascot. And niggas just gladly fucking do it. It's ridiculous. I mean, if you want to protest the church, just stand outside with your signs and shit and protest the fucking church. You crossed a line going inside that church. Period. Because if it was the other way around, right? Let's say it was a bunch of white people going in somebody's black church with whatever problem they had. What would you be saying, Don Lemon? This notion that black people can do whatever the fuck they want to do when they get mad about something is fucking crazy shit. And I'm gonna say it one more time. The Democrats got their donors to start paying these people to turn up the noise about this ICE shooting because they're trying to distract you from the real issue here, which is the fraud in Minnesota, which I believe goes all the way up to Walls and Ilhan. I think they took kickbacks.
I think a
Shit,
lot
they
of
were
them
the
did.
masterminds of it.
I'm gonna tell you this. This is the reason why I say a lot of things about the single mother thing. All of us on this panel are either fathers or uncles at some point. There's a certain standard as a man you're going to keep, and there's a certain standard you're going to let people fall for. Women compromise with their kids. Fathers just say what it is. You want to disrespect me? You're going to have a hard world. I don't have to put my hands on you. I just gotta. I just don't have to protect you. I could turn the fucking. I could tell my kid. I could tell a kid. I could turn the thermostat down and put a fucking space heater in my room, and I'm good. That's legal torture, right? People don't understand that fathers, as I quote BGS, one of the master teachers, because I do agree with Sandog. We have many master teachers in this space. We are one of many, but each one of us forever remain unique. That makes sense, right?
Yes.
I think Bay's a master teacher in his own right. I think ABM, I think Sandog, I think Namer, I think Arta Vitmore, Art Newstyle, Artisan MC, and other people. Hopefully I'm considered one. If not, shit, fuck it. I think that number one,
We're all master teachers in our area of expertise.
exactly. I think number one, what we have to understand is this. There was a full scale war on masculinity since the 60s. Feminism has won the battle, but it totally lost the war. Okay? Because at some point, men are logical, even by nature. Even the most limp wristed, feminist male has to abide by logic because his brain is going to break him into that
Hmm.
at some point. What happens when men say, I don't like this system, so instead of fighting this system, I don't have to abide by this system?
Iran is what happens if you got enough of them.
Yeah. I know my worth. When men start notice the whole thing about feminism, LAPD SWAT, I'm going to make you the scribe of the night. When women know their worth, culture dies. When they forsaken their worth, culture dies. When men know their worth and forsaken it, civilization dies. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm.
Women can go out and say, we're not going to work and we're going to protest. But guess what men are going to do? If we don't work, this motherfucker stop on his axis.
You mean you don't think that men participated in the no work day today out there in Minneapolis? You think they actually went to work to make
They
sure that
had
they
to.
could pay the rent and buy groceries and stuff?
They had to.
Hmm.
Notice women do not do what? They
They
do
don't
not
go
do
ahead.
the most dangerous and technical jobs. Therefore, with that being said, in all freedom, women have always relied on men to pull their asses out the fucking storm. I'm independent. You're only as independent as the respect and violence as your men can display. That's the only reason women and children can frolic free. Anybody say anything else is bullshitting. You think that you're free? Go in Saudi Arabia and walk by yourself. Go in Afghanistan and walk by yourself. Go into villages of Iraq and walk by yourself. Go have
Let
a
your hair
twerking
down.
contest. Huh?
Let your hair down and go walk.
Go speak back to a dude. How that's gonna play.
Try doing that in certain places. And try walking in the Congo, in the villages, in the jungles of the Congo.
Yeah.
Try walking through Goma, which is in eastern Congo, while it's under control of N23, and you don't, and you're being, and you talk some shit about some people while they got Kalashnikovs at you.
I could
Try
do it.
going to hell, Charles. I'll give you an example. What do you think would happen? And I'm sure you guys understand, how important uh, public works employees, those employed by the city or by the state, are important. What would happen if, say, for an entire county, the garbage collectors go on strike
Oh, you
for a
got
week,
disease,
for a month?
rats disease tests are running rampant.
Remember
What if the
Philadelphia?
people work? How about the people working for the electrical company or for the telephone company, or even who work in the sewer system? They go on strike because they're not getting adequate support.
They're getting all kinds of shit built to you.
How, how about this? Especially considering it's winter and you guys expecting to be expecting a huge storm. Imagine if the motherfuckers who operate the snowplow say, "Fuck it, we ain't doing it."
Well, I live in Georgia,
How?
so I'm not affected.
Well, I know you are. You know, I know you're not. You lucky bastard. But still, I mean, we deal with snowplows here. The guys who operate the snow sprayers, the snow plows, and everything, if they go on strike, what do you think is going to happen to every freaking highway, interstate, main roads? They're going to be waist up in snow, my dude.
I want you to think about it. How many women, with them and their kids living at home, thinking they got enough food? What did I tell you? One of the best ways to bring marauders around when emergency service has a tough time getting to you.
And there's no man in the house,
Even if you have a gun, I mean, it gives you a fighting chance, but it doesn't save your life, does it?
especially
Yeah.
if you don't know how to use it or haven't practiced it in quite some time.
Damn it, I lost something you just said. Something you just said earlier. What did you just say?
For me,
Yeah, you.
uh,
Oh, that's what I was going to. Okay, I remember. I've said this before. I was saying this in 23. The average apartment might, if you have an apartment, doesn't matter how many
Mm-hmm.
bedrooms, but the average apartment maybe holds about 3 days worth of food. That's refrigerator, freezer, and cupboards and cabinets.
mhm.
On average, 3 days worth of food. A house, if if you're lucky, might hold 2 weeks because you got a lot more space, a lot more cabinet space, whatnot. Plus, if you got kids and all that stuff, I mean, most people that have a house have a deep freezer,
Mhm.
right? So, and I was saying for the longest, I'm like, look, like these are the things that you need. This is back when I was saying that terrorist attacks could happen if they take out a power grid. Then you're screwed because then it's chaos in the streets. They can do whatever they want to do because your Ring camera is not capturing those marauders that you speak of, kicking in doors and all of that stuff, gunning people down in the street because there's no power to feed them. Everything works off a grid unless you have satellite. But who the hell got a satellite alarm system?
Or
Mhm.
solar power.
Right. So you're screwed. Sure enough, you had the white boy that tried to take out the power grid. Now you're in a situation politically where the Confederates are trying to force a civil war so badly. I mean, when you got the fucking fake Panther out here who's a goddamn
The,
registered sex
the,
offender.
the
Hmm?
light skinned panther.
Yeah, what they call Kirk Lazarus?
And that's not making fun of his light skinned skin. It's the fact that he's a fake ass dude.
He's
It's
not
the
even
fact
fucking
that
him. He's not even Black American.
Yeah, he's
exactly.
Caribbean.
I'm glad you niggas said this shit. This is
Oh,
the fucking.
what's up on that
This is.
dude?
You
I
got
gotta.
some Caribbean dude. You know what I mean? Who questionably is black because he looked more Dominican to me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to get into the
Or like a
whole
light skinned
argument
Dominican.
of,
All right.
well, Dominican people are black. Nah, I'm not going to do all that. But,
Okay.
dude, you're not even Black American, bruh, and you trying to be the spokesperson for the Black Panther? Like, again, the Democrats called up the donors and said, we need to turn this shit up, dude. They pulled this dude out their ass. This dude is paid, dude. Now the Black Panthers are out here and now they mad. Again, what are you niggas mad about? What exactly are you mad about? What happened? A white woman got involved in law enforcement shit and she got popped? So now the Black Panthers are mad?
Hell no. That's some bullshit.
Shit don't
Let me
make no sense.
let me put this out there for people, right? A lot of people get mad about this shit. And yes, black American men can make fun of each other being dark, brown, and light. Some of the fucking lightest motherfuckers in the black community were the most staunch, hands down, 10 toes down, black conscious motherfuckers ever and would take
Huey P. Newton.
lives for their people.
Huey
Okay?
P. Newton was light skinned.
Exactly. So you have some of the darkest motherfuckers. There's a reason why Pan Africanism started in America and not Africa or the Caribbean. We believe as being one people more than everybody goddamn else in the diaspora. Would you agree?
Hmm.
Here's the fucked
Considering you
up part.
guys by nature are a hodgepodge, are a mixture of people from all over or the Atlantic coast of the motherland.
How did the most enslaved people become the number one of the diaspora?
Well,
Sound familiar, Nayama?
3 to 5%. You're the 3 to 5% right there. You need the few and the proud. You don't need a big group. You need a small elite unit sometimes.
Sometimes you need you give me fucking 40 men, 40 good men, I'll take over a fucking country.
Mhm.
And it's been fucking
So
proven.
did.
You tell me if you trade, this is the reason why people talk about why do you blame Keisha? Why? I'm gonna tell you why. Black men, since this whole fucking child support, child custody shit said, I'll pay you for my kids. You said no. When they grow up to be fuck ups, because statistically, they became fuck ups.
Mhm.
You want to blame us for not being there when you kept them away, which is the story you don't want to tell the world, but is now showing. Thank you, social media.
Thank you, Ayana Van Zant. Remember that one clip we talked about a father who was who incarcerated on a wrongful accusation that he violated his kids.
Yeah.
So the kids said no, he didn't. And the mother who was looking at him with contempt was like, instead of saying I was wrong, it was wrong to do that. She just looked at him and said, "Why didn't you fight harder? Why didn't you fight harder?"
the only
Because
way
she
I could
could not own up to.
I exterminated you.
And then he would have done what, 15 to 20, or possibly 25 to life, and never see his kids grow up.
Yeah. But that's the only way I could fight harder is that I would have had to exterminate you. That's the only way I could have fought harder.
And then the
Think
kids
about
would have ended up in the system. Think
think
about
about
that,
that.
man.
I want you to think about that shit, right? You have greatness in our community, not because of this community, it's in spite of this community. How many motherfuckers in the 85 class told their boys, you gotta go fight? This is the difference. I told a lot of chicks, right?
85
How many?
octane.
How many? Yep. How many times do you see the mothers in the clubs with their daughters chasing around
Competing
the
for the
same
same
men?
motherfucker. Oy.
But notice you barely see fathers in the same clubs with their sons. Notice that?
Because it's weird.
Unless they got to pick up the boy. Unless they got to pick up the boy because some shit happened.
It's
Now,
weird. It's
it's
weird.
we it's weird. Now we will go to a cigar lounge, a pool hall, a barber shop, something like that, maybe even a jazz lounge. But I've seen chicks I've dated going to the club with their adult daughters. And I said, you wouldn't feel weird? Like if me and my son went to smoke cigars when he's 21. That'd be cool. Not if we go to the fucking strip club. Not if we go to the dance club or jazz lounge is one thing because, it's more sophisticated. But it just tells you how much women are in love with what? The lower common denominator. Huh? Put the shit on it? Let's go. Alright, cool. Say hi, Peanut. Everybody online. Look how he sounds now. Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Congratulations, boys. Congratulations, son. Your balls finally dropped. It's good to hear you got some bass in your voice. How big the Adam's apple swell up?
Pretty big.
How tall is he now? 6 foot?
6'2".
God damn it.
And growing. But it does.
Oh, hey, he better have a good sprawl. He better have a good sprawl. That's all I'm going to say.
I remember that commercial.
It's funny because when you look at young black men in our community compared to other communities, what what rite of passage do we have for the men? The biggest discrepancy we have in the black community, we don't know what to do with our young black boys.
You
We
know
tell
what?
them go ahead.
You say that, and I'm sitting up here. Remember, I was an advocate for if you are a young black man under the age of 35, join the military. Did I not say that? Join the military or the police force.
What
Now,
was the thing about the Gray Faulkner Initiative for years?
yeah. Now you're at a point where ICE is paying. ICE is literally paying $120,000 a year with a up to $50,000 signing bonus just for and $60,000 accredited towards your education if you have any student loan debts. If you're 18 to like 21-year old or whatnot, or you're just under 35 and you don't know what to do with your life, you can't figure it out, man, I would sign up. I would join ICE and just stack my money. 120K a year. Do you know what you can do with 120K a year? If you did it for 4 years, that's $500,000. I get me a studio, 1-bedroom apartment. I mean, because they have you all over the place, so it's not like you're going to be home. You know what I'm saying? I'd probably be pretty much kind of crashing at, my father's spot or something like that. Just stacking in, stacking in, stacking ends. Am I making sense? You do
Yeah.
4 or 5 years, maybe you do 10 years, and then you be done with it, man. Please, all the money you would save. Maybe I'm not making sense.
But this is what you got to realize of the single mother epidemic. You're not raising your boys to be better than you because you need them to be subservient. Bro,
To
Jing,
who?
bring your ass up here, man. Come on up here. It's been a while.
Like subservient to who? I mean, I'm being facetious, but I'm like, subservient to who? Some raggedy, oh my God, to a decadent culture that offers them nothing but self-victimization every
Yeah,
goddamn day.
yeah.
There's nothing here for you. There's nothing here for you. Go, go serve your country.
But that's the part that they don't want you to do. I asked my ex, who blocked me from TikTok, because of a conversation. She's mad with ICE because she won't. She's talking about she divorced her ex-husband, but the ex-husband lost his house, so he can stay here and there with her. Yeah, you think he ain't fucking you? Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Yeah, they still
Go
fuck.
like,
Like,
it
still.
was like, I mean, hell, as long as I hit, I don't give a fuck. But here's my shit, Shorty. You mad about ICE out of what? Out of fucking emotion. So you're saying you're a veteran of the Coast Guard. You didn't even go. You didn't even go to a war zone. Only reason you're 100% disabled because you had obvious what do they call it? Complications during your pregnancy. So you're talking about you don't like ice. You don't like what they pulled a man out of his drawer. You don't know why they did that. This man could have been combative as hell, but it
You know
doesn't
they
matter,
turned him loose because he wasn't involved.
huh?
They don't talk about the end result. He was just detained because they were looking. In all honesty, in the house were two sex offenders
Yeah.
who that they were looking for. So when they when they kicked in the door or whatnot, serving the warrant, the dude he was supposedly in the shower. So they arrested him and the other two people there. But after they talked to him and everything, they found out he's a naturalized citizen. His paperwork is clean, so they let him go. But again, they let him at least put some shorts on and whatnot before they walked him out there.
Mm-hmm. But
I just
guess what I told people? There's times if you're combative, do I have fucking time to put your clothes on if you're combative? No. We don't know the whole story. What's the one thing I told people in this space? Listen to the whole story instead of letting your emotions get the fucking best of you. Listen to the whole story.
just like the little boy, the father running from ICE, abandoned the son in the truck and ran in the house. Abandoned the son. So they comforting the boy and everything. I just did it with Greg Bavino. He was doing the story, as was yesterday. Who was the VP Vance talking about these situations? Like, you motherfuckers, the news only gives you surface dirt. Here's what really happened. And then it's like, wow, the father is a piece of shit. Not only was the father a piece of shit for abandoning the kid, he ran into a house where his family was at, and they didn't even once they got him, the family didn't want to take the little boy. So now the little boy is in ICE detention with the father because ICE don't like to separate families if they don't have to. So now the
Which is,
boy and the father is being deported back to Mexico, wherever the hell they came from.
even though the boy's a natural citizen.
The people that was in the house didn't want him,
They
and they
didn't even
fucking
speak up.
his family.
They didn't even speak up for him.
Yeah, left him to suffer.
And this is what you want to talk about. No, let's even talk about majority of the people here. Notice no country brings their best and brightest.
Whew.
Notice that.
This is why I have frustrations, and I talk the way that I talk because it's like people just lack. And I get it. The average everyday person, you're 9 to 5ers. You really don't have time for this crap. You too busy working, trying to make a living. By the time you sit down, and eat and everything, it's like, where are you getting your news from? You hearing people talk about it in your daily interactions and everything, but they're only going by the surface stuff because how many black people do we know watch Fox News or something like that? Most black people get their news from CNN, which does nothing but lie to you all day long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they don't get, and by the time they all of a sudden they want to have a conversation with somebody online, like with you or me or something like that, and their information is so limited that you got to drop the knowledge on them. and then they left speechless. Or worse yet, they want to play the Jasmine Crockett legal defense or the whataboutisms. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell are you talking about? I bet those of y'all on the panel right now, I bet y'all didn't even know that the father of the year abandoned his son running from ICE. Did y'all know that?
Nope, neither me. But here's the crazy part. Somehow black men are still worse fathers. Somehow black men are worse fathers. Somehow. Then on top of that, black men in America, how many times did we sacrifice ourselves so our kids wouldn't suffer?
All the time. Well, at least the black men that I know, they sacrifice and suffer all the time. Let me tell you something. When I was dating single moms and all that stuff, the most stress-free times I had in my life and where I made the most money was when the relationship went bad.
Yeah.
And we weren't
Back
together.
and what's the title? And what's the title of the show? Bay and ABM.
I feel like slapping a nigga today.
I believe the title is "He Left You Now What."
That's why you're alone. And I said, when people tell me that's why you're alone, and I say so, laughing my fucking ass off. Do you know when I'm by myself, I get the most inventive and creative? And I'm glad Bay said that because it ran full fucking circle. There's a reason why men love going to work. Because going to work shows our creativity, our fundamental structure. We don't have to rule you. For what? Why do I have to rule you? All I got to do is survive. All I have to do is survive. And the saddest part about it is when brothers are passport bros, when they're intelligent, when there's whatever happened to them, you can't let a black man be successful because you're scared. You know you can't get another man.
Is that why they overseas, over in Thailand and whatnot, chasing them behind brothers and making videos? Somebody, yeah, I was out here in Thailand and I passed a brother and he wouldn't even acknowledge me. Be like, yeah, because he got there to get away from you.
Yeah, he's not
Why
gonna
are
date
you
where you ran
there?
from. That's like a Jew saying I'm gonna date a Nazi. Why the fuck would I do that? It,
Uh,
it,
Did y'all see that clip of the chicks in the clubhouse room?
oh no, what about it?
There was a bunch of black chicks, young girls, talking about how they don't like the quote, and this is their words, the educated lame. They would rather deal with the hood nigga because the hood nigga knows how to treat them better, and the educated lame just wants to be a white man, and he's going to be making all this money, and he's going to expect a woman to impress him and shit like that. And I'm just like, yeah, that's exactly what you bitches' problem is.
they can
This
have them.
The ass backwardness of black society.
it's what I call this, right? Have you noticed 90%? Because I do blame 10% on us. To be fair, 10% is on black men. Notice how I had the whole Black Manosphere space pissed with me for 2 whole weeks when I said black men are the garbage men of the dating world. And you know the biggest reason why they were pissed with me, fellas?
Because it was true.
Because it was
Exactly.
true.
Exactly.
Truth is like rain, man. It doesn't give a fuck who it falls on. Thank you, Eddie
It does.
Griffin, for that one.
It does not. And see, when people say in this space we don't criticize, when people in this space say we do not criticize black men, we go at black men's heads first because as a man, there's shit that you allow. When my friend said you allow a certain behavior, I say I blame myself. Guess what? You gotta understand this fucking factoid, black man. When shit goes awry, guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna need absolute, and I mean absolute, clarity to what the fuck goes on. And when I mean absolute clarity, you gotta know who you are, what you are, and what matters. If that chick does not give a fuck about you, don't stick your neck out about her. Like ABM said, the bass awkwardness, or as my physics teacher used to say, the what is it? Bass backwards.
The ass backwardness
Ass
of black
backwards.
society.
Ass.
No, he used to say it because it was bass backwards. Because he would say
Oh,
instead of bass backwards, he would say bass backwards.
oh.
So the ass backwardness or the bass backwards of black society is so astounding that it ought to be used as a fucking nuclear deterrent. How? Oh my God, how do we get to such a point where you think the street dude is going to treat you better? How?
Because
When the
it's like you said. It's like you said, Charles. They're afraid. They're afraid that the so-called educated lame is going to be better than them. I mean,
Mhm.
again, what she said is, he's going to expect women to impress him. He's going to expect me to impress him. Yeah, bitch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know
I
what
mean, what?
the ABM? Look at it this way. What do the street dudes enable that the educated lane will not allow?
Fuckery.
No, not just fuckery. Trickery. The tricking game. Because the street dude will trick. The educated lane will not. Because he knows his value. And the women who like to shit on the educated lane are the women who are of low caliber. And they know they can what they want and the quote unquote high value man, they cannot achieve because they are not in that level.
Hey,
They are
Namer.
beneath him.
Hey, Namer. I don't even buy the tricking part, honestly.
Mm,
I've been in the hood many, many years of my life. You know what I'm
fair
saying?
enough.
Listen, I have yet to meet a black woman to say, this is the car that my drug dealer boyfriend bought me. This is the house my drug dealer bought me. I'm sure there got to be some out here that can say that, but
Yeah.
most of them, they cannot tell you that. It's a myth. It's a lie. They
But
want
it's
to
a
get
myth that
with
they
the
all want to
soul.
believe in, that's a myth they still believe in, and they want to strive for it, fam.
I'll give
They use it to justify it because, like I said,
Mm-hmm.
what it is
Wait,
you just
wait. Hold up a second. Hold on, bro. Take that word back. They don't justify shit. They rationalize shit.
rationalize. Okay, that's how they
You know.
rationalize it because
Mm-hmm.
you don't want it because again, like you said, the educated brother that went to school, got his degree, got the good fucking corporate job that everybody says what you should be because that's what they really tell you, be like a white man. And then when you go be like a fucking white man, then that's the problem. You're like a white man, right?
Uh-huh.
So now you're intimidated by that because hood dude, you can play that bullshit with him. You broke nigga, you dusty nigga, you ain't shit nigga. See, he's gonna tolerate all that shit because eventually you're gonna want some dick again and he'll come fuck you. And there'll just be a circle of fuckery that lasts until y'all finally say y'all don't want to deal with each other no more. But you can't play that shit with the guy that got his shit together. I mean, when the first time you get in an argument, you can't run to you broke nigga, you dusty nigga. You can't do that with the guy who got his shit together. So then what
Hell
did you
no.
have? You don't have
You
shit
guys-
after that.
Yep. It's like
That's
what
why they want the hood dude, because the hood dude is going to tolerate it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You're not going to expect. He's not going to expect anything from you. You know, long as he gets his dick wet, he's going to put up with shit for the most part. All this
There's
drug
low
dealing
hanging
money
fruit.
bullshit, man, bro. This ain't 1988 no fucking more. These niggas don't got shit.
Or early 90s.
Like, give it a rest already. But like you said, that's how they rationalize it. What you want is somebody, and again, it's the control aspect. The first time so you're gonna move the hood nigga in your house, in your apartment, and then the first time, you know, y'all get in an argument about who didn't put the top on the mayonnaise. It's gonna be, get out my house, nigga. Get the fuck out my house, nigga. See, again, you can't play that with educated dude who got the good corporate job. You can't play that shit with him. He's not gonna move in with you in the first place.
Thank you.
If anything, you'll move in his fucking house. He ain't moving in your shit.
what does for the young
What
hold on,
happens if
Namer.
you move into?
Hold on, Namer.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this because I'm glad you said that. What does your own house mean, young black men? It means power. It means
Control.
authority. See,
It means you
listen
have
to things.
the lease of the house. Whose lease is the name? Whose name is the lease under?
Let me tell you
What does
something. Let me tell you something. I lived under only one woman's roof as an adult. I've only lived up under one woman's roof. And I swear to God, I would never do that shit again. And I haven't. I never, after that, I said, I will never live anywhere where my name is not the principal on the lease. You know what I'm saying? Or the mortgage. Fuck that. Fuck that. Because the micro aggressive disrespect. I know I'm using white people language, but yeah, but it's true though. The micro aggressive disrespect where she talked to you, you know, if you catch her, if y'all have been in this situation, sometimes just think back. The chick would I mean, I hate to go down this fucking road, but she would talk to you almost like you was her child. She had an issue with you. She would talk to you like you was her child, and then next thing you know, y'all getting into an argument, and it's really because she came at you with a disrespectful tone because she feels that she can hold it over you. And the fucked up part about it is that if you have nowhere else to go, then you kind of like you got to watch how you talk to her. You understand what I'm saying? Because you already know where this gonna go. But I swear to God, I said, fuck this. I'm not putting up with this shit. She was a single mother too. Like she was divorced mother 3. I was like,
What is it with you and single moms, man?
Well, in the cultural, in the conscious community, they teach you that, you know, you trying to save the community. You know, that's what they teach you. They teach you that simp ass bullshit. It took me until I moved down here where I had to shake that fucking that generational curse off of me. You know what I'm saying? I had to shake that generational curse up off of me. But I got my apartment, and it's funny. I got my apartment on my birthday. They gave me the keys. I come home that night, and sure enough, an intentional fight was started. She put me out. I went and slept at the store because I still had the keys. And I came back the next day. She stayed home, you know, had the top lock locked. I didn't have a key in. Talking about some, don't come back unless you have a U-Haul. I said, oh, okay. Came back with a U-Haul and 2 friends.
Good move.
Yeah. I never, after that, never again. No.
The only time I moved in with a chick, and I was still paying bills. I brought my washing machine because her dumbass daughter broke hers. I said, yo, she asked me when I moved out, put all my shit in my car, got my father, we took my wash machine the fuck out of there. She asked me this question.
Yeah.
You, Luck, you could at least wait until I got a new wash machine.
I knew you was gonna say something like
I told her. I said, let me ask you this question. Would you want me to murder everybody in that house if another nigga's drawers was in my wash machine?
Good answer. Good question. Good question.
And you know what her answer was?
Mm-hmm.
Because she was stuttering.
How many?
I understand. Thank you. Because she knew that I was dead serious. There's some things, I hate to say it, there's some things worth kicking the door in for.
And
I'm
where's
not
the
going to
full
say
full?
M for.
And saying, Papa, don't do it no more.
And I told her, you would have brought another nigga into your house, washing his clothes and my shit.
Get the fuck out of here. You don't know where them drawers been?
And you think
You don't know
because
where
I'm
his
some
ass
simp,
been.
you think because I'm some simp nigga that you used to. And then here's a point where I tell people, I tell my stories, win, lose, or draw. This is Officer Faulkner, Commander Faulkner, Sergeant Faulkner telling you some good shit. Check your bitch history. Check the whole facts. Don't be afraid to ask difficult questions to a bitch because if she can't answer them, you don't need to be with her. I'm not afraid to be with a freak. Matter of fact, hell, freaks are fun. Long as you're a freak for me and you're not a freak for everybody. That's the difference. Number one, if your chick is used to dealing with dudes who have records like Ray Lewis and Bo Jackson and Ed Reed, and we're not talking about athletic records, we're talking about criminal justice records. Don't be with that bitch if you're not part of that ilk. Of course, she's gonna have a degree, but look where she came from. She's a hood rat. She's a hood rat. I don't care how cute, how beautiful, but you could tell. If your bitch has goals in her mouth and she's 40 plus, I don't care what degree she has, she's a hood rat. Black men have to be the biggest motherfucking simps when it comes to beauty ever known. Why? You don't understand what it means to literally have some standards.
what are those?
You
Spell
don't
it.
even know what it means. You don't even know what it means to have loyalty to yourself, your fellow man, and your community. And I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Look at the Anton Corey situation. I'm cool with fair game shit. Anton should have left well enough alone. They both backed down. Corey didn't go out back. Anton didn't say the dick sucking statement again. So they both equal it back now. Guess what happened? This nigga took a crusade. I mean, he went on a 7 days ablaze of talking shit about what he would have done, and this how he would have done it. You just came in there and carpet bombed for a whole week, strategically during a war What did Corey have to do? He had to fucking use tactical nukes and just say, you know what? Scorched earth. Everybody has to go. Everybody got to go. He brought your daughter, your wife, and everything. And now you said you won because now you had to take your daughter out of school. And what happened? She's got to deal with the mental anguish of a motherfucker who just doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. This is the problem. You don't know when to back off because you learned this from your mama. I don't know if Antoine came from a two-parent household
He
or
did.
Corey, but I'm gonna tell you what I learned. Your mama was the dominant one because your daddy would have told you to back off from shit. Yeah, I don't mind if I tell you a real life story.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of, and I'm gonna say this very honestly. From a scale of 1 to 10, with a man of my skills, how dangerous do you think I could be? There's a lot of times my dad told me to back the fuck off and to let motherfuckers live because you have a son that you gotta raise. And guess what? I'm glad he told me that because no time with my son would not be worth it. There's a lot of people who still walking this earth right now should be glad my dad told me that. Let's be serious and let's be real. Because there's a lot of motherfuckers who don't understand when you insult a man, that's a lot of who he is in that insult, depending on what you say. And you damn sure gotta be capable of carrying on that insult. So when we have these guys out here on these YouTube streets, they quickly forget that reality dictates every action in life. You didn't calculate, oh, I play chess. Yeah, you play chess. Really, you play checkers. Because chess would have told you, I got a wife and a daughter at home. You know what? The shit that most people need to fucking resort on? You need to stop trying to play checkers. Checkers is intermediate. Advanced or expert is actually what? Risk. Are you willing to risk the sanity and the mental health of your daughter and your marriage? Because you know your wife's going to blame you for the cyberbullying your daughter's going through. Why? Because your hubris and your fucking ego had to take flight.
So I say there's no way in hell I would have went on his show. Knowing that a person like that does not like me, I'm not going on your show.
Mm-hmm.
You did
Why do
that.
you
You
think?
really brought that on yourself.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think a guy like me don't go to so many panels like he used to 5, 10 years ago? I'm gonna go somewhere to go argue when I could come to my show or go to Bay's show or soon in the near future ABM show to talk about the shit that we need to do. to go to Sandog show to talk about true conservative men? Because true conservative black men were never coons.
Say that again.
True conservative black, somebody need to put that in the chat. True conservative black men were never coons
And why is that?
because, one, they had a standard and they were about their people.
People forget that we were Republicans because they freed us from slavery. They gave us all of our political advancements that we have, political and social advancements, positive ones that we have today, is because of legislation that they passed.
You
After
didn't get a
slavery.
goddamn thing. You didn't get a goddamn thing that helped your people from the Democratic Party. People may say, what about welfare reform? Did it help your people or did it split you the fuck up?
Did it
See,
further anesthetize you from what you needed to be doing? Did it further hamstring you from the goals you were supposed to achieve?
exactly. You know,
Did it leave
I'll
you
tell us,
dependent on the state even more so? Because let's not forget, yes, y'all were Republicans because Lincoln freed the slaves. But the Republican Party of now is not the Republican Party of yore, just like the Democratic Party of now is not the Democratic Party of the past.
mm-hmm.
It was a big shift. People forget about it. Hell, that's why I say both parties are just two wings on the same goddamn vulture.
And everybody who would have
And I'm not
goddamn
even
brain
here.
knows it.
And I'm not even, huh?
And everybody with a goddamn brain knows it.
Two sides of the same two sides of the same double-edged rusty knife, for that matter. And
See,
shanking y'all up collectively.
Well, that's why I
notice.
say go by policy, not by party.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like to tell people all the time, I go by policy, not by personality. Notice, I I will tell people, look, I may not like everything Trump says, but if he's giving me a way to be a better father, a better man, more benefits for my son, I'm gonna be with it. But what do we see? We see women acting a fucking fool. Why? In nature, there's only 2 to 3 ways to protect yourself. Number one is to develop some type of fucking mechanism to keep things from eating or defeating you, such as claws, such as developing tons or size, muscularity, fangs.
Ability to squirt things at people like stink bugs and everything
You
like that.
know, the ability to use projectiles,
The ability
stingers,
to
venom.
secrete, or the ability, or like in certain cases with poisonous frogs, the ability to secrete a certain type of toxic chemical on people.
Yes, the ability to be
Another
so
form,
the ability to be so large nothing can hunt you successfully.
not
The
unless
ability,
they're in groups.
and even in groups, it's
Mm-hmm.
very hard to hunt certain shit.
A pride of
So
lions trying to take down a giraffe or a
it is
water
it is,
buffalo.
it is very difficult.
Oh yeah,
So what's the other way nature developed? Nature
camouflage.
developed camouflage. Thank you. Notice we're talking some upper level shit right now. Thank you, all my panelists of brilliance, and thank you for all my people. I don't give a fuck if it's 70 to 70,000 people viewing me. I like being around the most intelligent people. You have
You just need to eat a committed few.
camouflage, and here's the other way we done it, right? This is how human beings survived. You have to have another organism that is bigger and stronger than you that's willing to protect you. Either I am bigger and stronger to kill what's trying to hunt us, or I will give up my life because I'm bigger and stronger than you, or I'm a big enough meal for the woman and child to get away safely. Do y'all agree with that?
Yeah.
Yes. Just like
So,
how how
with,
humans have been able to domesticate animals.
hmm why did we domesticate the cat? Even though the cat is still considered wild compared to the dog. That's why cats can survive in the wild better than dogs. Because why? That cat
Cats
has
have
the
never lost their
ability.
instinct.
They never lost their instinct and they never lost their primal hunting ability. As a matter of fact, a cat prides themselves off of it. If I put a little piece of paper on the ground and put it somewhere where the cat can barely reach it, what is that cat going to do? He's going to hunt it.
That's why they always need cat toys. Cats always need to be constantly stimulated. Dogs, on the other hand, they're very content, and it was certain dogs
If
who
you kick the
realized,
dog out of if you kick the dog out of your house, it probably got 3 weeks to survive. A cat will hunt any goddamn thing it can.
Mhm.
So when I going back to my mechanisms of protection, because I'm gonna repost in my community chat the rules of protection. I want people to realize this. In order to protect things, I gotta do what? I gotta be strong enough and suitable enough to stand in front of it and say no. Even if it costs me my goddamn life. Right?
Mhm.
This is the reason why I chastise women so harshly. Not because I hate them. It's because what? You can't pick a brilliant protector for your children. Your unmarried daughters. Your unmarried daughters have no protection. I remember my ex told me that her daughter slapped her boyfriend at her birthday get together. And they said yep, I said it. Slapped her boyfriend at the birthday get together because she was upset. And they said, well, we were about to get, just in case he retaliated, we were about to get up and jump on him. I said, no, if I was there, I'd have stopped all of you. And trust me, I don't care how many it was there. None of y'all, what's the old saying, ABM? Y'all whores ain't deep enough. I'd have slapped your daughter for doing that. I'd have told her, I'd have told you, slap your daughter. It'd have been that scene that you seen that meme from last year. Slap your goddamn daddy. I'd have been like, slap your goddamn daughter. That's somebody's son. And you will allow her to disrespect somebody's son that did not disrespect her, and you didn't check
I
that.
thought you,
That shows me the type of well, she says, no. I'm gonna check you. Because if that would have been my son, it would have been hell to pay. It would have been hell to pay.
Oh my God.
And see, this is the reason why. And this is the chick who was married to a man. But let me tell you what type of man she married. This motherfucker had his mother's last name. Go ahead and say it in unison. Oh God.
Wait, he
uh,
had his mother's last name, yet his parents were married. Is that
No,
what you
no, no. He had his mother's last name, but he used to be married to my ex.
oh,
So what does that mean? Number one, your mother was a hoe.
Mm-mm-mm.
And when you have your mother's last name, that means two things. Your mother has a lot of hatred towards your father, and or she doesn't
You a
know who your
club
father
baby.
was.
Yeah, you a club baby.
You're a club baby.
Oh my God.
Now, y'all need to watch the show Primal. No dialogue, sounds, but you get the story automatically. This shit is so
They don't
good.
speak. Yeah.
This shit is so good. And the reason why I bring this shit up in its totality is because there's a lot of hatred within our community that we don't want to admit. We have we have an unreasonable hate of men. We have an unreasonable hate of masculinity, and we have an unreasonable hate of ourselves. We are not proud of being black people in America.
You know, I mean, I was at a point, and I'm still at the point that, in all honesty, um, I think we need to dissipate. You know what I mean by that?
Go ahead.
We need to, instead of, I mean, because let's be honest, a lot of us aren't even looking for each other
Mm-mm.
in today's society because, you know, American culture, especially ADOS culture, is so broken and destroyed. I mean, we pretend that we care about each other, but the truth is we really don't. And it's like, you know, look, white chicks ain't it.
Nah.
You understand? White chicks ain't it. That they're not God's gift to black males. Like, if anything, you know, I've been saying this ever since 2000, but really before 2007, when I got on the internet. A woman is a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Saying if you can find somebody, doesn't matter what race, culture, etc., that can respect and care about you for you, you know, I mean, then that's where you go. That's where you go. I mean, you can chase after a specific racial group all you want to. Do understand though, you know, when you fetishize your love interest, that will bite you in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway,
And I've
what
told
you
people
got?
this all the time. No woman is going to be the end all be all. See, there's there's conversations I can have with my son now, and there were hard conversations I had with my son years ago that he's seeing in fruition. He understands back in ninth grade why I had to tell him to leave that one chick alone. He understands now. And my son's a 6'2" handsome son. Boxing, 170 pounds, nothing but muscle, trains. Chicks gawk at him. He even said in the car coming here, there's a reason why I'm single. What is that telling you? There's a reason why. You have to realize why young men are not constituting themselves
Constitute? Is that
to
what you
this
said?
full. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was hoping you didn't say prostitute,
I,
but that too.
I kind of almost want him to prostitute, at least get something out of it.
You had to buy silk shirts and candles and wear all these scented oils and shit.
Yeah, call yourself Wild Style or some shit.
Grow a porn stash. And
You know, porn stash, or, like a little pencil mustache. And, and this is the reason why you don't constitute your shit to yourself. Because, one, When shit goes bad, and it will, you have to be able to manage your own emotions and feelings. If there's one thing you learn, is that I know some of my friends joking, but they understand me and they like, Charles, I respect you because you took a different way. I could have took a bat to people. I could have took a gun, a knife. I could have done it with my bare hands. But I had to realize one thing, you know, God's mercy gives me what I don't deserve. Excuse me, God's grace give me what I don't deserve, but God's mercy keep me from what I do. I let a lot of people live not because I'm looking for something. I let a lot of people live because I need the peace. When you look at the women and the men in our community, they're not very peaceful, are they?
Depends on where you go.
Depends on where you go, definitely. But most of the places, no.
Yeah, usually no. I mean,
Think about it. A lot of us, if not all of us, can handle ourselves in a confrontation. You
You went out for a moment. Everything all right, Charles?
Charlie Brown, yeah. Uh-oh. I think they got him. You support ICE, we coming to get you.
Going back to the argument about Don Lemon and everything, I said this on AB show like the other like last weekend. I said it like this. I said, first of all, the United States, the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, especially when Don Lemon was talking about, there were the protesters when they came into the church were exercising their right of the First Amendment. I'm like, do you know what the First Amendment says? Freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of association and assembly. One group exercised their First Amendment rights and in the process violated another group's First Amendment right. Now, if they would storm the mosque when they did that shit, or storm the synagogue, or a gird that's a Sikh temple or Hindu temple,
Any other religious group.
any other religious group, if there was any other religious groups gathering, and they and they disrupted it right now, that's a violation of that group's First Amendment rights. You can protest, and like I said, if you had an issue with the pastor supposedly being affiliated with ICE, you could have protested outside the church, outside his office, or outside his residence.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, ICE, they better do their jobs, but just make sure you
hold,
go by the book. You're held accountable.
you hold
As
them.
long as there's oversight to make sure everybody's not fucking up or some shit like that. You've already had some cases of. Go ahead.
You hold them to the same accountability,
As any federal group, any
as
federal agency.
as any law enforcement agency.
Yeah.
And this
The last thing we need is Christy Holmes doing any more photo ops. Sit your ass down, bitch. Do your jobs. Get back in the office.
What are you
and this,
talking about? Christy, no? She
Yeah,
does
is that
her
her name?
job. The problem is Bondi. She's the one that's not doing
Pam
her
Bondi.
fucking job. She's the one not doing her fucking job. I'm so sick of her being on Fox News finger wagging people. Bitch, dude, she talking. The last thing I saw her, she was talking about this app where they doxed ICE agents and whatnot. And I'm like, and she's talking about it, and I'm like, the app is still up. Why the fuck is this app still up? You feckless, useless bitch. Shut it down. You're the fucking head of the DOJ. You're the top cop of the United States government. Why the fuck is this app still up?
Because you support it in your own stupid ass way.
Thank you. I swear to God, I don't care what nobody say. Either this bitch is grossly incompetent or she's in on the shit.
Or I usually say both. I like to tell people this, man. One of the biggest injustices is this. You have a lot of competent people who will not get those positions. What did I tell you full circle what that 3-star general told me about the middle management?
Yeah, because in all honesty, I would have gave that job to who's the chick out in DC?
Which one?
The one that's actually doing her job. Janine Pyro. I'd have gave her that damn job. That woman is a pit bull. She don't play.
And
When she say she gonna do something, it gets done.
see, that's the type of women you want because they got something to prove. You know, if you're gonna hire a woman, always hire a woman with something to prove because she's gonna do more above and beyond the Call of Duty. See, when I look at that structure, the structure is very, very finite. From a law enforcement standpoint, you can't tell me that we have a rough estimate of what needs to be done. First of all, it's no different than what I told my homeboy and homegirls who work at the fucking Capitol building. And I told him, he said, dude, you're prophetic. I said, you're going to triple, if not quadruple, your fucking recruitment and weaponry. That will never happen again. You will be given orders to shoot people if they enter that building without permission. He said, God damn, you were right. What happened when that motherfucker tried to ram with the car? They took that M4 and lit that motherfucker up.
Yes, they did.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much was I right about law enforcement activities in this nation? When you, BGS, and other people ask me, how right am I?
You're very right. That's why we asked you.
And it's not just about being right, it's brutally right. There's shit that I'm gonna tell a secret about me. I almost threw up in the toilet because I have my own bathroom in my room. It's not a spectacular house, but it's a beautiful bathroom. I almost throw up because of how brutally honest I gotta be to tell the story. I have to sometimes take a couple of shots of liquor and a smoke because I gotta tell something 99% of America's not ready to fucking hear.
Some of it's really gut wrenching.
Some of it's gut wrenching. Some of it. Do you know how many motherfuckers got mad with me when that 15-year-old girl who was 250 pounds about to stab a girl and I said that cop was right for shooting her?
Oh yeah, he was
I mean, the
dead
one in
right.
Ohio, he was dead
Yeah,
right to do what he did.
he blew her ass away.
That
They
was
thought they
She
shoot her.
went. She was told to go back in the house. Remember, she was told to go when the cops came there. She was told to go in the house. She comes back wielding a knife.
But
Look,
What's he supposed to do?
do you know how many black motherfuckers turned their back on me because I said that was a good shot? As a matter of fact, it's not just a good shot, it's an excellent shot. Because he didn't hit that other girl, that motherfucker should be teaching the range.
everybody, the black folks that think that they know what the hell they talking about when they don't was talking about something. He should have shot her in the leg.
What did I tell you about shooting people in the leg? I'll take you. If I took you to the range, do you know some of the fucking instructors that taught me to shoot? One of my instructors was a firearms instructor from. He was a fucking. He was a fucking lieutenant commander in the Navy, an officer. The other guy who taught me to shoot was a Green Beret sniper. Not just static shooting, which means standing still. He also taught shooting what? On the move. You're shooting three targets on the move.
Mm-hmm.
Do you fucking know how hard it is to shoot something when you're moving and it's moving?
You
Very.
mean not like it's on TV?
It ain't TJ Hooker, nigga.
Does that explain why when gangbangers and whatnot do drive-bys, they shoot everybody but the intended target?
Exactly. If you get a gangbanger who shoots the intended target without shooting somebody else, I'm going to personally tell you this. He's military trained. He's police or military trained. And I'm for over a decade now in this space. I've been telling you motherfuckers some shit that nobody else, not Tatum, not any other law enforcement, military connected guy in this space will tell you. I've been telling you the raw truth and notice not anybody in this space said I was wrong. Not anybody. As a matter of fact, it's actually pretty fucking brutal. As a matter of fact, the problem with Negroes today is that you don't want to fucking listen to the person who actually knows what the fuck they talking about because you're so emotionally wrapped in your fucking self pity prison.
Thank you. I'm so sick of emotional ass black people.
Mm-hmm.
It's never logical. It's just straight fucking emotions every single time.
Mm-hmm. And when I give people anytime a colonel, a lieutenant colonel, and a sergeant major did not debunk me and agreed with me, people I personally knew said, God damn. He told his colonel asked my boy who I used to wrestle with, does he teach at the academies? What does that tell you? I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I hold back what the fuck I can sometimes talk about because a lot of you Negroes don't even understand what the fuck is being said.
Oh, shit.
And that's the fucking problem. That's the fucking problem. If I showed you some of the fucking shootings, if I showed you some of the fucking wherewithals that goes on, you would change your fucking mind about what the fuck goes on in these places. I wish that I had the wherewithal to take you into some of my calls if I could legally do it back then. Take you to see ABM knows because he's a Baltimorean like myself. You can't be no pussy if you're going on York and Glenwood. You can't be no pussy if you're on Old York and Cater. You, I've been an officer in some of the toughest fucking violent places, not in just Baltimore City, not just the state of Maryland. Did you know some of 524 Post in the Northern at one point was one of the most violent, top five violent fucking post in a nation? But people tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Tatum can't even. If Tatum wanted to destroy me, how easily could he do it?
Close to impossible. I
He
mean,
could.
if you got, especially consider he could not at all. I mean, your credentials against his credentials, and you've more than proven yourself. Now, this is not a knock on him as an officer of the law, but you know he does not have the same extent or expertise as you do.
He couldn't. If you can't defeat it, what's the number one thing can you do? Avoidance.
He'll try to he'll avoid it, but then again, he'll try to take shots and try to discredit you,
He wouldn't even do that. He would avoid me.
especially because you would expose him.
How could you discredit a guy who's a war vet and a police officer for nearly 2 decades? How would you strategically? Go ahead, Damer. You're a war vet as well. How
You
could you discredit me?
you can't unless you're willing to do the research and go through that person's file, look at his records, and realize, oh shit, this is not somebody I could fuck with.
And then what's going to happen in my file? You'll reveal more about that guy.
Which would also would only further solidify your credibility.
So what's gonna be the factor? Hands off.
Hands off, avoid, ignore.
For one of my characters in my book, which everybody put your email in the back chat so I can actually send you a couple of chapters and tell me what you think. There's one of the characters, the best strategy to beat him is to avoid him. If you don't, there are some people in this earth you avoid. There are some people in a physical confrontation you avoid. This is Sergeant Faulkner telling you, the commander telling you this. There are some motherfuckers you do not go toe to toe with because it's
You
going
don't
to.
go head on. You don't go direct. There's some people. I mean, Vercingetorix, when we talked to Gaul, when he explained to the Gauls, we were not going to fight them. If we're going to fight the Romans, we cannot fight them head on. We're going to have to engage in asymmetrical warfare, like how the North Vietnamese did to the U.S. Army.
You can't beat them head on. There are some people that you know goddamn well. If a guy like Brandon Tatum said something about me vividly, vividly,
Without naming names,
I'm going to say this. You're not going to be well. And the sad part about that is that if you put a guy like me
mm-hmm.
and you try to put him against, oh, we're going to bring up Tatum, it's going to make white America really, really look funky and be like, yo, Lord, uh,
Really uncomfortable.
uh,
They're gonna start shuffling papers, like try to change the subject matter.
because what's going to happen is you got to realize something. What's the old Ric Flair from '92 Royal Rumble? You got to pay homage to the man.
Mm-hmm.
You got to pay homage to that man. If anything, Tatum would do something different. He would do what's called not neutralize me, but befriend me and be like, well, damn. I can't talk about the brother. I can't talk about the brother. Can you go to ABM and say he's a bad father? Fuck.
Or talk shit about him or electrician 480 about how they work, about their jobs. No, you can't.
No, you can't. Can you talk bad about Sandog or Bay? No, you can't. At some point, logic has to take place.
Logic and the truth. You gotta accept reality for what it is.
This is the reason why a person that's of the same ilk as me doesn't have to be me, but the same ilk. People like Tatum and Candace Owens cannot have on their show.
You expose them completely.
It's not even exposing them, it's that you expose me. You get what I'm saying, folks?
That you would end up gaining a lot more notoriety at their expense.
Not only that, why do you disagree with this man?
They can't.
Either I'm gonna be your ally, or I'm gonna be your or I'm gonna be the enemy you can't defeat.
He's still undefeated in the East, folks.
Undefeated the East. Shout out to Gundam. G Gundam. Shout out to G Gundam. This is the reason why men of my ilk flock to my channel. Not because I'm the all knowing. It's because I'm fucking brutally honest. I'm glad I don't cam up because sometimes I tell stories that bring tears to my fucking eyes. Okay? They're stories that fuck me up. They're stories that fuck other people up that I hear from them. And I'm just like, God damn. When are you going to feel the pain of black men, America? Why do you think so many black people love the Incredible Hulk? Because all the fuck he wanted was to be alone. Leave me the fuck alone and let me flourish. The most powerful creature on earth just says, leave me alone. Just let me have my peace. What I don't even want to rule your country. Just give me my fair fucking shot. I build so much for you. I just want my equal share. I work not for supremacy, I work for equality.
You work for your own sovereignty.
Exactly. And what happens?
They can't allow you to have it.
Because you know goddamn well he deserves it. He fucking deserves it. When a black man actually has his own sovereignty, the world's upset. Because you know the motherfucker who deserves it the most You can't accept that he actually needs it more than you. He deserves it more. That's the criminality of it all. You make me the biggest criminal. Why? Because you need somebody to cover up your fucking your insurrections and your.
Inadequacies, indiscretions, someone to cover for your misadventures, someone to be the scapegoat for your misguided decisions.
And your chaos.
And hey, when you disturb a man's peace, do not be surprised when chaos erupts all around him.
And then you have the audacity to chastise me when chaos erupts.
That's gaslighting. That is how. That is a passive aggressive. That is passive aggression right there. You know how they say women are passive aggressive in their shit? Or as Issa Rae said in Insecure, women aren't just passive aggressive, they're aggressively passive.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what Chris Rock said about women when they argue with men. What's the objective? Distance and irritation. How far can we push this motherfucker till he snaps? How far can we push him to his breaking point? And then try to blame it on him when he gets upset because he lost control. Everybody has their breaking point. Later, Sandog.
I know. No, black man, you're not worthy. No, black man. Do you know how many times ABM, Namer, Bay, I've talked good black men off the ledge of hurting themselves or their child's mother? I don't do it for credit. I do it because I showed them there's a different way.
And it was
Do you know how many times I had to take on the stress of other people
wow.
to show them their way?
People forget how hard it
Why?
is for certain people.
Why? What's up,
Yeah,
Sand Dog? Anything you want to say?
yeah, but that will be the thing about sovereignty, right?
You there, Sand Dog?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hold on, let me go back out.
I hear you. I hear you just
Lately,
fine.
no, it was. You remember what happened last time on ABM?
Yeah.
You know, yeah. It's just sometimes like everybody's audio gets screwed up for one way or another.
Yeah. So no, again,
StreamYard just getting all messing up. But go ahead.
but when you're talking about sovereignty, again, that is something that is not given to you, right? That is something
Mm-hmm.
taken. The price of freedom at times is blood and vigilance, right? When they say what waters the tree of liberty, right? The blood of patriots, right? So at the end of the day, no taxation, no representation, right? And it was followed up by moves for sovereignty. Nobody is going to give you freedom or sovereignty. This is something that you're going to have to take, right? And again, when you're raised to be ashamed of power, right? Because that form of power or that perception of power, culturally, for a lot of us, is perceived as being evil, right? The someone who desires power may be viewed as being evil, right? And so, no, power doesn't have anything to do with evil. You want to have sovereignty and you want to be able to scale it. Why? Because without that, right, you're not life is happening to you, right? And so you have to, that's the whole point of sovereignty and engaging these types of systems, right? So for me, I'm studying AI. Why am I studying AI? Because I want to vote on the future. I don't want the future to happen to me. I want to be able to influence the future, right? And so at the end of the day, this whole concept of that, that sovereignty, in a sense, is something that's going to be handed to you, right? No, that's not the case, right? Frederick Douglass said it. Only a slave expects somebody to come and set him free, right? Martin Luther King has a quote, right? That the black man must sign his own Emancipation Proclamation undergirded with asserted manhood, right? You are going to have to set yourself free.
Yeah. Because remember, your sovereignty and everything that comes with what? Your personhood. And you have to, and your personhood depends on who? On you at the end of the day.
Yeah. Because, and this is the thing, right? Because in life, people are going to treat you the way you treat yourself, right? And so to quote Martin Luther King accurately, he said, if the Negro is to be free, he must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and sign with the pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation, right? And so again, what is something implied in freedom? Self-determination, right? What did we talk about yesterday about idol worship, right? When you get involved in idol worship, what are you going to lose? Self-determination. So if I'm looking at women, if I'm looking at quote and unquote, whatever ethnicity of human or imperialist, right, that are out there, right? So I would say even in your quest for freedom in the entire diaspora, the biggest mistake you made was you broke the 10th commandment. Thou shalt not covet. And to covet is to desire the things of others. So if you sat there and thought that being free was having the same nice things that your slave masters had, right, then that is a huge mistake, right? Because being free is about self-determination. Self-determination gives you the power to build any reality that you want, right? Again, I call it Adamic power, right? So again, if somebody has the power to cut your borders and name you, they are your God. Why? Because when God created things, right, he made Adam, and what did Adam do? Peace be upon him. God said, Adam, what's that? He said, that's a sheep. What's that? That's a cow. What's that? That's a giraffe, right? So at the end of the day, if you give anything the power to define you, that thing now becomes your God, right? And so, and how did you give these things power to define you? Because you desire what they had, right? Allah will tell you, you can either fight depression or flee from it. If you decide to live with it, pray all you want, and I will keep you in that circumstance, right? That's what he says. So, so at the end of the day, right, sovereignty is not going to be something that's given to you, and it all will start when you master yourself. It starts with self-mastery. And so remember, in our world, in the Black world, we don't believe in gradualism, right? We believe in talent over skill. And the sad part is that skill is something that has to be cultivated. Skill is something that gives you mastery, right? Talent is only
has to be developed.
Yeah, or maybe trending. You know why you don't own hip hop? Because you view it as talent, right? So if you, by now, hip hop should be a skill. People should be going to Motown to be classically trained in the things around hip hop, EDM, R&B, gospel, and all of that stuff. The same way people will go to Carnegie Hall or the Juilliard, right? I'm sorry. The same way people will go to Juilliard, right? If you're engaged in rock and roll, the blues, jazz, pop music, etc., bro, you're supposed to be somewhere in Detroit, right? Taking classes from Tretch about cadence styles and hip hop, him and Rakim, right? You should be taking a class from Terminator X about DJing. and scratching, right? You should be learning breakdancing, God Rest the Dead, Boogaloo Shrimp, or Crazy Legs, right? So again, so this whole idea of, you know what, I believe in talent. And if you believe in talent, only you believe that things should happen instantaneously. And this is where people got it wrong. Like I said, Booker T's gradualism wasn't about bowing down to the power structure. Booker T's gradualism was about changing you, because that's the first thing you need to do before anything else. You have to change you, right? And so once you change you, then you're prepared for all of the outside stuff, right? How the hell do I go from picking cotton butt naked from the waist down, right, into political activism and everything else? There are other things that I needed done first prior to, like I said, prior to political activism, right? So right after war, we go into what's called sweat miso, right? You know what I'm saying? So U.S. Army sweat miso. And you know what we do under sweat miso for the U.S. Army? You know what I'm saying?
No.
What sweat miso is you're going to restore sewage, water, electricity, academic, school, and trash. Right? So if you don't have that, how the fuck do
You need to get everything back. You need to get everything back in order for.
Yes, and miso is in the miso. Hold on. Wait, let me do it. The miso is medical supply and other services, right? So you got so I'm trying to say. So now, if I'm fresh out of slavery, and the U.S. government gave me the river for my thirst and the wind for my belly, how the hell am I? How the hell am I ready to fight for my rights? Right? How am I ready to quote and unquote galvanize my vote? I have to now learn how to be a human being. And part of the gradualism is when you change yourself, you change your reality, right? And so now, what are you doing by changing yourself? You're redefining your own self-worth, and then you're also redefining your value to other people. Right? So this is what leverage is. This is why people go to school to get certain degrees and certifications and everything else. Why? Because now you're negotiating your value, which is what you do a part of diplomacy, whether you want to get a job or get into certain schools. But no, collectively, we didn't see it that way. No, you just want to bend over to the power structure. And again, what good is freedom to you if you have the mind of a slave? So if you look at Africa right now, right? And shout out to all the revolutionaries in Africa, Ibrahim Traore, all these guys and everything else. But here's the issue with it. The average African child should know the periodic table better than they could fucking know their ABCs count to 10. So now, okay, you're liberating Africa from the French. That's great. Can I go to can your average citizen tell me what uranium is and what it does? And if they fucking don't know, then what are you doing? What are you doing? If they don't know what materials are, if they don't understand manufacturing, supply chain, physical distribution, and other models, right? If they don't understand engineering, which will facilitate things like transportation and infrastructure, right? Hey, I'm in Burkina Faso, right? I'm in a, if I can remember geographically, right? I'm in a landlocked territory. Right? What deals do I need to make? How could I work with Nigeria or Togo to actually terraform an artificial deep water port, right? Because again, Africa has a smooth coastline and those ports are shallow, right? So part of what keeps Africa poor is that it's a very large landmass, difficult to navigate, doesn't have deep water ports. And so how am I going to address all of this? Because, okay, that's fine. I kicked the French out. Now I'm free. In the words of the last poets, related to what? Free related to what? What am I gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro.
You gotta negotiate with
Yeah.
they gotta negotiate with Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo to get a coastline.
Yes,
One person gotta negotiate.
If you're fucking Burkina Faso, what are you gonna do with your resources? All you're gonna do is go
Go
to the
ahead,
next.
Sandog.
Again, you're like a woman. You're like a
Sandog still
woman
there?
looking for a son for her
Oh
kid,
shit! I gotta get
right?
back out.
So hey, Yosef,
Mhm.
me and Europe didn't work out, right? Well, you know what?
Mhm.
China's a good. Let me try him. Okay. Well, India is a good man. Let me try him. Right? Like I said, when ultimately you have to learn to be self-sustaining. Right? So, and that's
Mhm.
what I'm saying. You're looking at sovereignty. You're looking at freedom now is self-development. Freedom now is you, the individual. Age of Aquarius, right? You're living in the times of information and technology. So the revolution starts with you. Michael Jackson told you it's the man in the mirror. And what you cannot fear is because people actually do fear success, right? So you cannot fear your own potential. You cannot fear your own strength, right? Back to what we talked about before. Seek first the kingdom of heaven, and all these other things will be added unto you,
What's
right?
that?
So,
What's that old saying? That Sandog? We do
well,
not have fear that we are inadequate. We have a fear that we are powerful beyond belief.
yes,
Mhm.
yes, and that's what Martin Luther King said. He said, no document could do this for us. Not even Emancipation Proclamation could do this for us, right? And that's what he said. Again, if the Negro is to be free, he must move down into the inner resources of his own soul and sign with the pen and ink of self-assertive manhood his own Emancipation Proclamation. You right? Again, there's an old poem, Out of the Night That Covers Me. Black as a pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate, and I am the captain of my soul. And that's what Prince Adam told me when I was a boy. I have the power.
Oh, since you did,
Mhm.
I might as well do it, right? What did Prince
Yeah.
Adam say? What did Prince Adam say?
By the power of Grayskull.
A lot of y'all didn't catch the African spirituality, by the way. When he invoked the power of Grayskull, who was he talking to?
His ancestors,
King Grayskull, who was what? A black man.
Yeah.
King Grayskull, yeah.
Why do you
And no,
why
the
do you
most
think
powerful man in the universe, Nayama, has what? A tiger.
a
A
fucking
tiger.
tiger? And he sits on. Guess
Yeah.
what?
Oh,
He doesn't get more
by the way,
powerful.
Charles, before we continue,
Hold on. Not only he gets more powerful, he gets darker with the power.
Correct.
yeah, black is beautiful because remember, what is black in the yin? Oh, hang on, let me read this up. Ibrahim, Captain, by the way, we forget his rank. Captain Ibrahim Traore turned down money from the Saudis to build mosques and schools. He knew why he had to turn down that money from the Saudis because he knew the bullshit that comes with that money, especially considering the sect of Islam that they practice in Saudi Arabia and how detrimental it could be to his community. Another person that comes to mind. Here's something people forget. Thomas Sankara, Captain Thomas Sankara. Almost a year after he took over power in 1984, August 4th to be exact. That's when the country was re-christened from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso. Burkina in the Mosi language means upright. Faso means land or fatherland. So when they rename, or the Fula as well, Burkinabe is what the people are called, and that's from the Fulani language. Because they said if we're going to be self-reliant, Burkina Faso should be called Burkina Faso instead of Oppervolta, which means the land of the upright man, or land of the just man, or the righteous man. But here's the thing also they forget. I got to mention here this. Having been born and raised in KSA, Sankara, first and foremost, although he was raised a Catholic, was well versed in Islam. That's how he was able to connect with the majority Muslim population of his country. In fact, he belonged to he belonged to a religion. He belonged to the Christian minority of his group, the Mosi, who were the ethnic majority. And I myself, I can tell you this, like, you know, when as far as Traore turning down, you know, those donations from Saudi, with the strings that came attached with that, and how much that could undermine Burkinabe unity, how much that could probably influence people to join Islamist groups. Because Burkina Faso, last time I checked, is a very secular society. That's not the only example I can give. I can give another example of that. This happened in Ethiopia when current Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed came to power. He turned down a deal from the UAE. Now, here's something that people have to know about, Abiy Ahmed. One, he is the son of an interfaith marriage. His mother, who's still alive, is an Orthodox Christian. His late father was Muslim. He was the youngest child of his mother and of his parents' marriage, although his father was married to other women. He was raised Muslim, but he became a Christian, so he's well versed in the Quran. With that being said, when the UAE supposedly wanted to donate money to help rebuild the mosques and whatnot in Ethiopia, and he mentioned this to members of the Muslim Council in Ethiopia, and as well as to other dignitaries. He said that the Emirati said they were going to show them a proper Islam. He was like, "Excuse me? We'll show you the real path of Islam." And he's like, "I don't think you know who you're talking to. Even though I'm an Oromo, but Islam has a long history in Ethiopia, because Ethiopia and Eritrea together, home of the oldest Muslim communities. Islam started in these two countries in Africa. So there's nothing you can tell us about Islam, my dude."
There's nothing you can tell them about Christianity.
Yeah.
There's nothing you
So
can
he had
tell.
to turn them down in that way. It's like, you can't tell us about Judaism for that matter, or the traditional animist faiths.
There's nothing you can tell them about any Abrahamic religion.
No.
That's the start of the Abrahamic religion. We're not going by the white man's Bible. We're going by the oldest Bible.
Or the brown man. Or the brown man's for that matter.
Especially the brown man, because if you think the white man ain't telling you the truth, the brown man ain't going to tell you.
Or the yellow man for that matter.
Yellow man, because the yellow man steals your history right while you're doing it. Here's the thing about that I always got to give Sanddog his flowers. You still there, Sanddog?
Yeah, I'm still here. Wow, what's up?
I got to give you your flowers. You're
Wow,
probably
what I do?
You're probably the most.
No, he means to give you your props, man. He means to give you your props. That's when he's about flowers.
Okay.
I would give you the most conservative person in these spaces because you've done all the tenets of conservatism. Number one is service. You can't be conservative without service. It's impossible. I hear all talk about conservatism, but notice when I break down conservatism means to serve the people without what? Without all this spectacular. Because if Anton Daniels was truly conservative, he would not actually use all this rah rah system bah. He would not use all this platform. He's not a conservative. He's a liberal.
He's a conservative grifter.
Yeah, correct. Well, that will be the thing, right? Because,
Mhm.
I had this conversation with Mike V, and I was saying that, this was a problem that I had because for African Americans, you fought to be a part of everything in the United States, right? Even the quote unquote right to join the army and fight the wars. And so you're fresh off of the civil rights movement where religious leaders were prominent uh, in the movement to help liberate Black people. And I was like, I find it strangely odd that right after the civil rights movement, with figures like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Ralph Abernathy, Jesse Jackson, and many others, I find it strangely odd that you will let a group of racists who call themselves Christians own what conservatism is in the United States. That doesn't make any sense. So if you had men like Martin Luther King saying, somewhere I read, if this was China or any totalitarian nation, I wouldn't be doing this. But somewhere I read, which means what? He's saying, I just want America to do what it said it's going to do on paper. That's a conservative stance.
Exactly.
So
Stay true
why?
to the contract or the deal or the
Yeah.
agreement. Keep your
So now,
word.
so I asked Mike V. So now, why would the African American political body allow a group of racists to own conservatism instead of fighting for it? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And fighting for it because they are not in a moral position to determine what conservatism is. Because again, the civil rights movement didn't seek to overthrow America. The civil rights movement sought to get America to deliver on what it's promised. What is more conservative than that? Why would that be the left? That doesn't make sense.
You know why?
Go
Why?
ahead.
Because one, this is what happens when you let everybody speak for your cause but you. You let other people get the chance to define your destiny. Am I making
Sure.
sense?
Mhm.
Correct.
Because one, I know BGS talks about millennials, but the one thing because people say that I'm a BGS clone, and I'm probably one of the biggest people to get BGS backlash, but in a respectful way. I said, but my generation, especially the people of my, age, we
Mhm.
we battle global fucking terrorism. And global terrorism started from the boomers. if you if you look at it from a chronological aspect, correct me if I'm wrong, fellas.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what group of people know what it's like to be terrorized more than Black people in the Western Hemisphere?
Actually, from the solid generation, if you want to be corrected, but we'll go to the boomers because most of the Cold War was during your formative years.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And this is the part. This is not a shit on BGS. No, it's not. I got
No.
respect and love for him. But this is the part you got to understand that there may come a day, because I know neighbor doesn't have kids, we have kids. Our kids might have to defend the shit that we didn't fucking put a stomp in.
Correct. That's true too. Correct.
Just like
Here's an ask.
just like
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
the parents of the last generations of slaves and the last generations who actually fought not World War, but the Civil War. The United States had a mandate that should have stomped out fucking racism in the South. You wouldn't have had the Klan. You wouldn't have had Jim Crow. You would not even have to worry about your dominance in the Western Hemisphere or the global world if you would have made black people equal right then and there.
You would not have had a movie like Birth of a Nation by T.E. Eliot, T.S.L., whatever his name was, and be shown at inside the White House by a Democratic president in Woodrow Wilson. You would not have had to have had HBCUs, which I still think is a good thing for what it's worth. You would not have had to deal with all kinds of shit if they had, as BGS has said, or as BGS's mentor, well, not his mentor, so somebody he followed, Craig B. Hewitt said, if black people's grievances were addressed accordingly, you won't have the people that you have.
And see, here's the criminality to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black people look at themselves as the same way Jesus Christ looked at themselves, as the sacrificial lamb, and not as the people who are supposed to bring his story forward.
Mm.
That's some deep shit, right?
Oh, it's indeed sure.
I can no longer look at myself as the. There's a lot of. I've told you, there's a lot of people who are living need to thank my parents for calling off the Aries in me, the god of war. Because my parents did a good job tamping that shit down, and as an adult, they do a good job of talking me off the ledge where I probably would be in jail. They said, let your mercy and let your cunningness be your story, not your brutality. Y'all didn't hear what the fuck I just said, did y'all? Sandog, Namer, maybe.
I heard you, but repeat it for everybody in the back, please.
Let your mercy and gratuity be your story, not your brutality and your anger.
Something I've had to learn a long time ago.
Even at almost 44 years old, April 1st, I sit here with this heavenly mixture of cognac and root beer.
Wait, what the hell?
Don't knock it.
Cognac and root beer?
Don't knock it.
You heard the man.
No, wait. This is the first time I'm hearing some combination like this before. I'm like, root beer and what?
Minute I take ABM to my favorite cigar lounge and I show him the cognac and root beer, he's gonna give you a testament to like, yo, this is some good shit. When I gave a couple of niggas in that shit a good mixture of root beer and cognac, they said they were like, this nigga ordered something.
What? I've heard some weird. Ruben. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this shit. This has got me more. This has got me more fucked up than a lace front beard. I'm like, what the fuck?
That's fucked up. As my drill sergeant used to say, more fucked up than two whores fucking. Where's the dick? But
the vegetarians, the meat substitute types of chicks.
It's the fact that the bad used to have alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
So you can buy alcoholic root beer, but it used to be the norm. But it's sweet. Cognac is actually sweet, especially here's the history of cognac for a lot of you newbie drinkers. Do you know why the cognac cup is round and not a martini glass?
To explain.
Because the cognac cup was supposed to be round because you put it in a saucer of steaming hot water to heat it up. Because most things you heat it up, the aromatic, the aroma actually breaks it down and expands it. So you get more of the flavor more of the antiquity, you can actually it up which branch of cognac. Like you forget Hennessy's a branch, Martell, a
Their
lot of
brands.
Mart, Grand Martell. A lot of these branches, there's about what 13, 9 or 13 up. I believe. Don't quote me on it. I gotta research it. When you get
Had
the
a little
brand,
too much, had we, sir?
oh no, not even. We haven't begun to fight, young man. Understand?
I'm glad I don't drink, but yeah,
You can only make cognac between the months of April 1st to October.
that's cool.
So anything else?
It's like one of my boys said about me. I'm just one of those guys where I don't need any narcotics to be like
Nigga, you
out of
naturally.
my mind like that. No, because I'm just naturally like that.
You just
Well, like, if somebody, I'm just high naturally.
just full life. That's it. That's all.
Well, I'm fucked up in the head anyway, so
We would accept.
I mean,
We would accept you any other.
well, yeah, my brain's wired a different way, especially when you have a personality disorder and whatnot.
Welcome to the black nigga. Got that far.
I mean,
You gotta
we could
understand
joke about all kinds of shit. But go ahead.
something. Places like my place, warriors. And I like to make this statement: not all warriors carry rifles, swords, and knives. There are warriors who we have in information. There are warriors who we have as in electronics, mechanics, uh,
Mm-hmm.
plumbing, all kinds. These people are still warriors because why? They still help to the battlefield effectiveness and efficiency. Those are still warriors. There are some people.
You need a support. You need the support for the troops on the ground. I
Accent.
mean, now, hey, we're forgetting somebody in this conversation. Somebody we haven't heard from in a while. The enforcer, Bruce Almighty.
Mm-hmm.
Big shout out to that brother. Hope he's doing okay. Sure, no, I pray he's doing okay. Don't hope. My mom said don't hope.
Hey man, we
Hope is
gonna
a
have to
poor
do
man's
this
bread.
during the storm.
Yeah,
Either tomorrow night or Sunday night.
I'm gonna have to do it
yeah.
all night.
Yo,
Storm of the century.
y'all, yeah, y'all might as well we talked about like things that we forget. Here's something that people sometimes forget.
After Bruce
A
Almighty.
decent pair of old Southpaw. Here's something that we people forget. It's like we're gonna need like protective goggles and sunglasses and whatnot and visors to protect your eyes when you're doing certain things. I mean, ABM will tell you. Anybody who works in welders, they tell you got to put. Ooh, hold on. Back away from my man. Man.
That was a
This was in the
Monday
final
night game
season,
against
right?
the Broncos.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boom! God damn! Damn! Jesus Christ! He ran that shit for a touchdown, I believe.
Coach Harbaugh
Yeah,
for
he
president.
ran.
Yeah, it was a missed field goal, and Chris McAllister ran that shit back. That was Monday Night Football.
Oh yeah.
That's Ed Reed who ran it back. That's Ed Reed with the ball.
No, that's not Chris McAllister.
No, that's Chris McAllister, number 21.
Oh, Chris McAllister. Oh, okay. Oh, Ed Reed's number 20. Sorry. Sorry. Didn't see that one.
Damn. Wow.
Not to switch gears.
Oh.
Not to switch gears, but if I'm the new Ravens head coach, I'm calling Ed Reed up.
Yeah.
Call Ed Reed.
I swear to God, I am.
I'm calling him.
Call
up.
Ed Reed. Call Ray Lewis. Y'all they need to get everybody's.
Nah,
Everybody.
Ray don't want to coach. But if I'm Ed Reed, if I'm the new Ravens coach, I'm calling Ed Reed up and say, listen, be my fucking defensive back coach.
Defensive coordinator. DC. Defensive back coach. All right.
Nah, I say let him earn his stripes to be DC first. That's only right.
All right. No, what I'm saying is, as far as Ray goes, he need to sit them all down and give them a serious heart-to-heart, talk to them, and like get them
Trees,
focused in the right.
even Chris man said that's a hell of an idea. That's our Superman.
Shit, there's an interesting story I remember. I heard about Ray Lewis. This happened like what was it like in the like when he was like turning his shit around, turned his like career around after what happened at that. We ended up getting the rain and everything for a Super Bowl party altercation the season before they won the Super Bowl. So what happened was some people were called to his apartment, to his duplex, because they saw like about 20 black men coming out of big cars, all with chains and everything, heading up to his place. Neighbors called in, thought it was like some drug, just like like a drug gang, like a gang getting involved, some shit like that. Baltimore PD shows up. They knock on the door. Ray answers. Says, "Can we help you, officer? What's going on?" Said, "Well, we heard about a complaint going on here. Maybe come in." Says, "Yeah, sure, come on in." He comes in, and they come in, and there is about 20 plus members of the Baltimore Ravens roster. And the reason they were in Ray's apartment, Ray's place, was the fact that Ray had invited them all over for Bible studies.
I'm not.
And the cops realized.
I'm not. If I would have got that call, I
would have got all kinds of autographs on the football. Oh, this is a day.
Yeah, but you probably would have stuck around for Bible studies as well, and chopped it up with them about some other stuff.
My personality, probably, depending on how many calls we had. I would have fucked with my dispatcher because I would have ran Ray's name.
Y'all would have been posting pictures on social media and shit, huh?
I would have posted them like months later
on Facebook and everything. Oh yeah, on Facebook and shit.
Like, I'll tell you the only time I posted directly after I met the person.
What?
Nobody in the apartment challenged me on that one. My district commander was like, "You met Bret Hart?" Yes.
Yeah.
Good job.
You met the Hitman?
Oh yeah. And everybody, I'm a big Hitman fan, so
Hey, one of the best technical wrestlers out there. One of the greatest technical wrestlers ever.
There's only 3 times I probably was maybe a little starstruck. The Hitman, Ric Flair, Ray Lewis. I had to fight strong to keep the bitch inside me. How shit is the Hitman?
You would have been like Martin Lawrence and Martin, like, oh my goodness. You would have gone from Martin to Sinead. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You got to realize is that when you deal with certain men, this is what's missing in the black community, like Sandog was saying. The Sandog could joke Cowboy ABO. What's missing in the black community is the how can I say it? The established rules of black masculinity. Being able to dictate your children's destiny how you want to teach them. Being able to converse and congregate with other black men as you please. Being able to take your son no matter what time of day or night and say, "Come on, boy, we about to do some man shit." What we gotta do? Your mom got a flat tire. You're gonna learn how to change it. What type of pride ABM and Namer and Sandog would a boy get if he changes his mother's flat tire?
Hey, I'm
Especially
already
if his
having a
father taught him how to
conversation.
do it right.
Go ahead.
I'm already having this conversation with my son. My son just bought a car, and you know, Dum Dum went out and bought a car before he had a license, so he got the car in storage.
Which is a waste.
So I'm like, look, I was just telling him like last week, I'm like, look, I mean, you're gonna have to get a jack, you're gonna have to get you an impact gun, and a socket set. And you know what I mean? When you get your car, I'll show you how to change a tire. And I told him, I said, you want to impress a woman? Change a fucking tire when that tire go bad and y'all on the side of the road. So, you know, he says, well, you know, I was thinking I'll just get AAA. I said, listen, son, certain shit every man needs to know how to do. I'm not saying don't have AAA.
No, don't.
But you are a man. You need to know how to change a tire. And you wait till that girl see you change a tire.
She gonna fuck you like a porn star.
You not even thinking on that shit. You thinking you just changing a tire. She's to her, it's look like you building a fucking, I don't know what the fuck. You know what I mean? Look like you building a Sentinel from scratch. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you.
You know what?
Women like that shit.
Tell me she does. Tell me the nigga don't look like this. If I can find my boy. Hold up. We gotta do this right.
Thundercats!
Pretty much like that, right, ABM?
Facts.
Tell me if you can't, you know, don't mind if I tell a story to you, ABM, because my book full of black.
Go in.
You know, when we meet up, we're gonna have the ebony and ivory pictures. You know, 2 times I tell a woman, don't fuck with me. 3, when I'm in the middle of an online Madden game, especially when that nigga talking shit and I gotta dust his boots. When there's the Ravens playing, and when there's a good mixed martial arts or UFC fight on, or good boxing, or wrestling, combat. Well, just put it combat sports.
Or WWE for that matter. Yeah.
Good combat sports, boxing, wrestling, judo, kickboxing. If it's a good match, don't disturb me. I don't ask for much. My ex-girlfriend at the time, me and my father came out, and she lived over Park Heights, down bottom. Okay? ABM bottom mean.
Yeah.
She drives it with her father. Everybody knows because the Ravens, an East Coast team, we play at 1 fucking o'clock. Thank God for iPads where I can still watch the game while I'm going to her. I take my whole fucking tool bag out, the fucking alternator out. So everybody know how to get an alternator started the ghetto way. You take the hammer and beat the shit out of it. that motherfucker, I look like Mighty Thor in that bitch. Boom, boom, boom. Start it up. Do you know what she did later that night around 8 o'clock? She brought 2 plates, steak, shrimp, greens, string beans, mashed potatoes, shrimp, seafood on the other one, and dessert on the third. And she wore a trench coat and heels, and that's all the fuck she wore underneath that trench coat. What is that? What? Please interpret what that means, ABM, my brother.
Trench coat with nothing on?
With all that food.
That means she damn near ready to get pregnant.
Yeah, pretty much. Thank God she had that shit in her system. And that's after fucking fixing her fucking car to start up. I look like goddamn Superman in front of her, and I did it in front of her father too. What does that mean, ABM?
That means you're a keeper.
Yeah.
As far as Pop's concerned.
This nigga got the car started up. If I'd have had a daughter, you better go fuck that nigga and keep her. You better do everything. I might not have been that gratuitous,
I said I would have just put it. You better do everything in your power to keep that nigga. Mm.
I'm coming, boss.
I keep forgetting we got a time difference with you. Sad dog.
Sand Dog
Yeah,
is at
man.
the office right now. Yeah.
I'm
No, not
telling
Wait a
you,
minute.
dog.
just remember that's the talk here, right? So I have a delivery that just came, and so for me, when I talk to like guys, that's just I said like boss, like like I don't know, it's a word we use. Like when I'm at work and I talk to the guys on the port, like the foreman and stuff like that. That's just how I talk to them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. It's just the term. It's just how you
Yeah,
talk.
That's just how black people are,
yeah.
What's
So
up?
like
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
So
like
so
even if you're
like
not
so
supporting it, I'll be like, "What's up, boss?"
exactly, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So like for me, like the truck drivers, the longshoremen, like all the guys that I work with, I'm like, like so for example, my colleagues in the office or those guys, I don't say that to them. I only say it to the guys who are actually pulling and lifting.
Yeah. Because you got Well, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, because you gotta
Yeah,
remember those guys are the guys that make you that really pull the fucking strings.
correct. And they're the ones that make my world go round. Correct. So you know what I'm saying? So when I'm at customs or somebody, hey boss, can you help me? That's how I talk to them. The guys in the office, I don't talk to them like that.
No, and it's funny because when we talk to, it's like I tell people when I talk to women, when people be like, "Why do you use the word love? How you doing, love? How you feeling?" And I say this in the drive-through. Do you know what you hear when I call a woman love in the drive-through? She's giggling. And then
It's an English term. It's a term that the Brits use instead of saying dear or something like that. They say, "Hey, love."
what's the best British accent? Hey, love, how you doing?
Hey, love. No. What's his face? Not Idris Elba. This other cat. What's the other cat? The one from American Gods. Let me look him up. The
Because
cat from American Gods.
it's funny because I told my godson when he wanted to talk to this chick, you know how most Baltimoreans are. It's gonna make ABM like, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Can I talk to you, miss? Excuse me. I was like, stop that
Excuse
part.
me, miss.
No. You got excuse me, excuse me. You got. I said,
Ricky
stop that.
Whittle.
I
Yeah,
said,
Ricky Whittle's the cat I was talking about. The cat from American Gods.
I told him, say how you doing, love. He actually said it.
Doing great, man.
Excuse me, how you doing, love? And he said she started blushing and smiling at me. She just gave her phone. He was like, how the
Shit.
I said, how the fuck I almost got 400 bodies? Niggas trial and error, motherfucker. I said, you gotta understand something. When you touch the soul in the womb, you got everything else you want. She's willing to give everything she gives.
Mm.
Have you ever touched a female's chin and just looked at her in the eyes and just said, how you doing? Do I need to teach that class, ABM and neighbor and I'm sad dog? Do I need to teach that class?
You got to teach that class. How many other things how many other classes do you teach at Clifton High, at Lake Clifton?
I haven't coached there in years because I took a sabbatical. But there's so many people I teach, even on the street. I don't even know from the canopy. And I'll be like, "You like that chick? Yeah. Go stop her. Go help." Say, "Excuse me, can I help? Excuse me, love. Can I help you with your bags?" Did you know what you just did? You just showed how useful you are to a point of difficulty. And not only that, she's open to what the fuck you're gonna hear. You just
Mm-hmm.
you just opened her up. Did
She's
you
like, oh,
did you need
oh.
did you need money? No. Did you need to be 6'5"? No. What you needed to be was what you needed to be was her temporary Superman, and they gave you enough time to spit your game. And if you're smart, look at you, Cosmic. You hiding under my bed, you little fat motherfucker. Ugh.
You're
Hey,
fucked up now.
Hey,
Oh
Cosmic.
shit, I forgot to get cat food. You just reminded me, Charles. Fuck.
Hey, that's why
Damn, I meant to go get some this morning.
If you go get the litter box, put all the litter. Once you get like the bucket, I put all his shit in the bucket from the old litter box. That way he can't get into it. That way it's still fresh. Matter of fact, I'm putting you on a diet, little motherfucker. Well, you're not so little. But you do a good job keeping mice out. Thank you, buddy. Don't you look at me
How
like
often you take how often, does he get checkups from the vet?
you don't gotta take not that often. He got it about a year ago. I don't need no more. Because all you gotta do is just look at a cat. Look at his face, and cats are very self-sufficient. That's the one thing about it. Like if it's wrong with his eye, like right now, I don't feed him. Everybody wants to feed him because he whines. Like right now, I can feel his belly. I know his belly tight.
Yeah.
You need to exercise. Putting you on a diet.
I might have told the story a couple times, but anytime when I was seeing this one woman, one thing I would do is I would head over to a grocery store prior to on my way there. I just stop at a grocery store or a supermarket, gets a couple bottles of those Whiskas milks for cats. And that was just like a treat I would bring for her cat. He was pretty cool with me. But he was a really wild little guy.
You still
Really
there, Nana?
mischievous. Yeah, I'm here. Anybody hear me?
Y'all still there?
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay, good. I was typing. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Ooh,
you ever see Black Dynamite? Go see that shit.
who interrupted my kung fu?
I swear to God, that's like the Magnum Carter of any fucking Michael John White movie. I never knew he could be that goddamn comic and still keep
Have you seen the Outlaw Billy Jack yet?
Yeah, that's great. Not as
It's
funny
like
as Black Dynamite. It's like Black
no.
Dynamite's ancestor, but it's not as
Mm-hmm.
funny. It's funny. It's funny as shit. Black Dynamite is his
The
way.
Outlaw Billy Jack. It's a nod to like Fred Williams's movie Boss Nigga.
Mm-hmm. Shit. Let me go make something to fucking eat. Anybody got any last words? ABM, Namer?
As usual, I just say y'all ain't shit, never been shit, never will be shit, and God bless y'all for it.
Thank you. ABM?
Love y'all. No, I think he went to the store to get some cat food or something like that. But
don't worry, we're gonna do the snowpocalypse stream. Don't worry. The snowpocalypse.
all right. Speaking of which, I need to take my ass to the grocery store. Catch y'all later. One.
We out.